Yo, hello, good afternoon everybody. I hope we're all well. Welcome to the stream. Jordan, doing good, thanks mate. Hope you are too. Mariner, good afternoon mate. Hope you're doing well. And Sean as well, welcome back. Good to see you all again. Good to see familiar faces as always. Welcome back. And Chris as well on Twitch. You're in Facebook jail. What does that mean? Have you been barred from Facebook? All right. So I'm just finalizing a couple of things here, and I'm pretty much good to go, really. Should be a pretty cool flight today. Flying out of Venice, some pretty cool views leaving Venice, and then on to Palma. Gonna be, excuse me, flying with EasyJet. And it should be a pretty nice one. I'm just logging on to IVAO. There we go. Oh, nice. You're taking an empty plane to Malta, Jordan. Interesting. Is that a 737 MAX by any chance? That should be cool though, bro. Look forward to seeing it, man. All right. So we are on...
Italia 655 ricevuto in questo caso cancellata la discesa.
My camera needs sorting out though.
Ricevuto, allora teniamo i 090.
Alright, let me just get this thing focused.
Italia 3175
right. I think we're good. Okay, so we're ready. We're good to go. Now, just before we get started, I do want to just check my stand number, my actual stand number. I think in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the stand numbers aren't totally accurate in the auto-gen airports, so I'm just going to check that. Guys, let me know. You should be able to hear some ATC.
132, clear Daniel Zulu, and we flight, and point established.
There you go. What is the volume like for that?
04 right, record established.
Can you guys hear the ATC okay?
Alitalia 132.
Yo, Most Boy, thank you very much for the follow. And thank you very much for the host as well, dude. Thank you very much. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a great week. Welcome to the stream. All right. So, yeah, can you guys hear the ATC okay? All right. So, in actual fact, I do think the stand numbers are correct on Microsoft Flight Simulator in this instance. Let's see, we've got a couple of other players here at Venice Airport. Mr. Donny No Pants as well. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a great week. Welcome to the stream. Most Boy, thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you to do. Need more people like you in the world. All right. So let's just get powered up here, Mr. Donny. How do I like IVAO? Actually, I do really like it. As a relative newcomer to it, I'm a big fan. I haven't tried VATSIM, so I don't really have much to compare it to, but yeah, I would say it's pretty nice. All right, so let's get things rocking then. Let's turn on the batteries. I'm just going to turn down Spotify just while we get rocking here. Turn on the external power, and we'll align the IRS. Turn the nav lights on, and I'm just going to get a few lights on as well. Turn the emergency exit signs. Crew supply can come on as well. We'll just get those white lights cancelled out, and we'll get a bit of heat in the cockpit. And in terms of overhead panel, that is all we need for now, really. We'll turn the no smoking signs on, and the seatbelt signs on as well. And we'll get a bit of life going down here as well. Yeah, Donny, like I said, I don't have any experience on VATSIM, so I can't really say how it compares, but my observations are mainly that most of the controllers are quite hang on a minute, I just need to change this. There we go. Yeah, so most of the controllers are quite
Di Alfa Mike Oscar November riporta al volo Bordi Chioggia diretto a Cavarzere atteso tra ai.
Just going to turn that down for a second. And yeah, so I would say that yeah, I mean the controllers are all pretty good, pretty patient, and yeah, it's just a nice experience overall. I think the client itself is pretty well done, and obviously you get model matching as well in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't know if VATSIM has that, but as you can see, we've got another couple of players over here. This one is looks like an A3. It's like an A320 of some description, or an A319 maybe. That model obviously is not in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and then we've got another guy over here in a 737. So yeah, you get model matching with it as well, which is quite nice. And then most of the flights that I see are in Europe, so there's also that as well. If you fly in the US, maybe it might not be so much use to you. All right, so let's get things initialized here in the cockpit. So first of all, I'm just going to go into my options here and just double check I've got some bits set up. I'm going to try and use the SimBrief integration in the A32NX, which I've struggled with in the past, but let's give it a try today. So if I go into, I just need to remember where to get it from. Okay, so I think it's here. There we go. And then we can load in our weights and fuel from SimBrief. So we should have 7.8 block fuel now. I mean, it's a little bit under, but okay. And then our payload should be 17,992. Let's just check that on the on here real quick. Okay, so I think this is in pounds. So, that's a little bit weird. Let me just see if you can actually change that. I think you can. Most boy, yeah. I mean, you know, you could just press the buttons and I mean, you would probably learn some things doing that, for sure, man. but yeah, lots of buttons. Yeah, most boy. I mean, it takes a bit of time to learn all the procedures and whatnot, but once it starts to click, it's just like anything else, like driving a car or riding a bike or whatever. It's just something that you remember to do in a certain order. So, yeah. Right. I'm just trying to find. Okay, so weight unit is kilograms. That's interesting. All right, we'll go back in here then and just check this out. So, sorry, wrong one. AOC, perfect weight balance. Perfect weight and balance. So our block fuel, I'm just checking this against my flight plan here on my other screen. So the block fuel, I think, is loaded in fine. For some reason it doesn't want to put 7.8, it's put in 7.7, but that's not an issue. I think we can survive. But what I'm most interested about is this payload here. So payload on SimBrief is it's basically 18 tons. So this is saying 17. I guess this is in kilograms then, rather than tons. So I have clicked. Oh, maybe I need to do it on this page as well. Let's see. Payload. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just being dumb. I've not really used the SimBrief integration yet, so it doesn't seem to have changed anything now. Does it actually not work, the SimBrief integration? Interesting. Yo, Andy. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Everything is very well, thank you. Thank you for asking. All right, so let's just check the gross weight. So the gross weight is 66.7 tons. Yeah, actually, so that is right. The payload has been loaded. I'm just not sure why it's not showing up on this screen. So it is all loaded in fine. And then we will go back to our initialization, and this is all our details here. So it's actually already loaded this in for us, which is nice. Yeah. Doors 1329. Yeah, I mean we're running a bit late here, but I did the SimBrief a little bit of a while ago, so anyway, let's go back to our init page and we'll request that flight plan once again. So that's going to insert our flight plan into the system here. Most boy and Donny, yeah, no worries, mate. I'll see you guys in a bit. Take it easy. All right. So, oh no, we've got the waypoint mismatch again. So this has happened to me before. Nana, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're well. Hope you're having a great week. Welcome to the stream. Why does my camera also seem so low, so high up today? I haven't actually moved it at all. Maybe if I just put my chair up a bit. Right. Okay, so we've got a waypoint mismatch, which is a little bit triggering, to be honest. That happened last time I used this mod, and it was an absolute pain to put in any of the missing waypoints. So, let's see what we've got missing. So, Chi is our first waypoint to Belov. Okay, that one's missing. Gikin is there. Gitri is there. Gokmi, Supux, Ripal, Repal is there. And then to Moors. And then that's it. So there's only one waypoint missing at the start, which isn't the end of the world. Mariner, I think, I mean, it doesn't put in the stars and SIDS manually. That's fine. I understand that, but it's actually missing a waypoint which is after my star. So if you see, this is my flight plan here. So obviously it's missed out the star, it's missed out the SID, it's missed out the star, which is fine. First waypoint is Chi, which is the transition off the SID via Lima 612 to Belov. That's what it's missed off. So let's try it anyway. Let's try it. Hopefully it'll work. So if we go Chi and then Airways. Oh dear. This doesn't look right. God damn it. I can't even insert above there. Maybe I'll just put in Belov. There. Okay, so that's in. And then if we go into Airways on here. I should be able to select an airway from Chi, but it doesn't let me do that. But I mean, we've got Belov in there now, so it might not be a huge deal. Let's see how it looks on the plan anyway. So if we go and just pop this. And then go on to plan. So it takes us out to the south. And then it should take us southeast. Yep. And then back in. And then towards... yeah, okay, that looks fine. Let's stick with that. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. I'm not going to input the SID as of yet because we need to speak to ATC yet and just confirm what route we're going to be leaving on. Sky Park, Sean, I have heard of it. Yeah. I'll yeah, I have had a brief look at it, but it doesn't look like something that I don't know. It's like a career mod or something like that. So yeah, I struggle to find time to do normal flights as it is at the moment. So I don't know if I'd be able to do time for a, for a career. Have you got it, Sean? To pop it out, you hold right Alt. And you can do it on any of the screens. All right, so let's get a move on here, and then back to init B. Putting our 0 fuel and 0 fuel weight. Center of gravity. Block fuel is 7.7. Wind for the trip is going to be slight headwind of 25 knots. So I've got 1.8 tons of extra fuel here. And yeah, looking good. About 2 hours flight time, and then to our alternate, we've got half an hour. That's Barcelona. So pretty much good to go. Let's set up the performance page real quick. I'm going to flex to 55, flaps 1. Transition is 6,000, and we're going to put in our V speeds. Alright, cool. So we are pretty much set here. Let's just make sure everything else is good. We'll get the ATIS from the approach controller. So we've got information India. I'm just going to make a note of this. QNH is should be 1010. Let's just press B and see what it works out as. Oh, actually I need to set live weather, don't I? So we'll fly with live weather today, obviously because we're on IVAO, but not live time, just because I want it to be a bit lighter. That's the weather loading in. Pretty nice day here in Venice. A few clouds, nothing too major. So I'm just gonna press B. Oh, that's nice. The QNH is actually correct in sim. All right. So departure runway is 04 right. So let's just see what we've got planned here. We've actually got 27 right planned. So we'll need to change that. So we'll go back into our flight plan and our departure. Welcome back, Donny. Welcome back. All right, and I'm just going to bring up a list of the SIDs here on Navigraph. Oh, actually, I think this loaded in the wrong departure runway because we did actually plan for four right. So we planned for the right departure. So I'm just going to put in the departure I wanted because I'm going to assume we may just get it. So it's the G7 Victor. So all right, cool. Let's get in touch with ATC and get things rocking. Yeah, Donny, I hear you on that one. I hear you big time. I think one of the things that I struggle with the most, I think, is when ATC tell me a different departure than what I was expecting, and if I mishear them, I find it really difficult to find which one it is. So I always have to ask them to repeat themselves, which is a bit annoying. Alright, so let's tune the approach frequency for Venice, I believe is, I believe that's what the controller is currently. Let's just double check. So it's actually down as Venice radar. Huh. It's down as Venezia radar on. Anyway, let's get in touch. Let's get in touch. And yeah, we'll get things rocking here. Right. Okay. Venezia radar, easy 3345, stand or gate 327, request IFR clearance to Palma, information India.
But I'm disconnecting monitor Unicom 1 to ciao and have a nice day.
Oh, he told me to switch to Unicom. I guess he's probably logging
India
off.
missione a Golf, CIA, check transponder mode.
And going to Unicom, 122.8, easy 3245. Okay, so that was uneventful. I actually had, I had my volume completely turned down then, so I didn't actually hear what he said, but I guess because he was switching me to Unicom, he's going off, so I don't know if he had that much relevant information to give me anyway. So we'll just depart as planned, and yeah, we'll get moving. Okay, so we're departing from runway 4 right, so we'll need to head, we'll have to push back facing south. Okay. That's a bit of a shame really, because when I was planning this flight, there was full ATC on for the, you know, for the whole flight. All right, so let's get some push. Well, we'll get the APU started, and then we'll get pushback. Let's turn on the fuel pumps as well. Just gonna wait for flap open here. Andy, yeah, man. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, there's a lot to learn, but yeah, you're kind of doing what I did, really. I watched a lot of videos before I actually got the thing. All right, so we've got flap open on the APU. Let's get that started up. Fuel pumps are on. Yeah, just gonna wait for that to start up, really, and then we can get pushback. I'm gonna try and use this pushback add-on that I got, although it's a little bit funky at the moment, but we'll give it a try. So there it is. So that should, wow, so barren here, so quiet, everybody's disappeared. I don't know what happened. Ah, yeah, that guy's logged off now. Alright, so we're going to have some ATC through as we pass over Italy, and then there is an approach controller on at Palma as well. So we'll get an approach on as well, and some ground. Hopefully, as long as they're on while we're on route, but yeah. Thank you very much, Andy. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. That's a pretty big compliment to hear that you think I'm the best flight simmer streamer that you've seen. That's very humbling. Have I played any other flight sims? No, I haven't. No. Well, I have played X-Plane a little bit, but only the demo. All right, so our APU is available now. We are going to start the beacon light, and we'll contact ground. Flight deck to ground.
Good afternoon. All checks are done. Please release the parking brakes.
Brakes released.
Okay, pushback begins.
Okay, here we go. So we'll get ready to start the engines. Alright, so we're getting pushed back. We're going to get pushed back to face south, so down this way. That'd be taxiway Sierra. In fact, that's Mike, I think, actually.
You are clear to start the engines now.
Alright, so let's start engine 2. Do the ground crew work on the sim? Yeah, they do work pretty well. There's a few different add-ons you can get to change it up a bit, like I'm doing here, but yeah. Turn right facing south. Turn facing south.
Sure.
Okay, so we're getting the engines started up here. Hopefully they should turn us so we're facing perfectly down here. Stop pushback. Stop pushback.
Okay, I'm stopping now. Please tell when the parking brakes are set.
Engine 1 starts. Brakes set.
Okay, pushback pins are removed. Now it's your turn. See you again.
Okie dokie. So that worked quite nice. We're facing exactly the direction we wanted to go. Engine 1 is now starting. We can turn our transponder on now. I don't think they gave us a squawk code. Hopefully not anyway. Quara. Apologies if I pronounced that wrong, but hello. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a great week. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so I'll set my TCAS to above. And I'm going to keep it on standby for now. I don't think TCAS actually works in the sim, to be honest with you, but I'll put the radar on and predictive wind shear as well while I remember. Okay, so we've got 2 good engine starts. We'll put our engine mode selected back to normal. We'll set our flaps to flaps 1. And we will turn off the APU. We'll turn on our taxi lights to show intention that we are about to taxi. Strobe lights can come to auto. Landing lights can stand by on armed mode. And I think we're good to go, really. Let's just check our departure. So there's no maximum altitude at the departure so we will set this to our cruising flight level, which is going to be flight level 290 to begin with, and then that's going to step up a little bit later on. We have a 230 knot speed restriction at one of the waypoints here, so I'm actually just going to set that. Alright, so let's get moving then. I'll release the parking brakes and just add a little bit of throttle. Get us moving. It's a bit of a shame we don't have that controller had logged off. Really? I was kind of hoping we'd get full coverage, but I guess I'm not that lucky. Okay. So we want to be down here. Don't want to cross that runway just yet. So whilst we are taxiing down here, I'll just show you guys our arrival. So, yeah, sorry, not our arrival, our departure route. So we're going to be basically going 4 right, which is obviously it's to the northeast. Basically taking an immediate right turn, and we're going to be heading down this path down here. So radial 022 into Chioggia, VOR. And that's it really. It's fairly simple. We've got 230 knots maximum speed in this turn. We probably won't even get to that speed, to be fair, at that point, which is fine. And then no other real restrictions. We've just got minimum altitudes to follow. So yeah, it's pretty simple departure, and that'll get us en route. Nathan, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're well. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great weekend. Even I actually thought it was actually Saturday for quite a while today, so I was quite disappointed to find out that I've actually lost a day, in fact. So I want to be down here, don't I? This is confusing me a bit. Wait, what is going on here? Okay, I'm much further down than I thought I was. So we're going to cross this runway here. We'll just taxi on down this little entry point and cross the runway. I thought there was still a taxiway to the right. I completely misjudged that. So we'll turn our strobe lights on as we're about to cross a runway. Now, I'm actually going to put this to manage speed because I don't think we're going to really need to worry about that speed restriction. Alright, so we're about to get underway here, so I'm just going to turn the music down for a moment. And I'll just turn the in-game sound up a bit so you guys can hear the takeoff roll. Let me know if it becomes too loud. Let's call the cabin.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff.
Way too heavy on the braking there. That's my bad for trying to do too many things at once. Nobody coming down the runway. Do the engine ignition work? Yeah, they do. They do work, and I do use them for startup. Yeah, I use them every time. I don't know if it's a bit difficult to see, maybe because of the camera angle, potentially, but I do use them. I have a habit of putting my camera down there and kind of hovering my mouse near them, so maybe it looks like I'm going to click them, but I don't. I actually use these every time. Okay then, so I'm just going to wait here on the runway for a moment. Just going to announce on IVAO that I'm about to take off. There we go. And I am going to... transponder is set. I'm not sure why it's telling me to do that. And then let's just turn on our landing lights and our takeoff lights. And let's get underway. But sorry, just to finish answering your reply there, Chris. Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. And I'm very, very flattered to hear that people are actually learning from my stream. Alright, so 50% and up to flex. So Manflex 55 SRS runway. Good to go, 80 knots. V1, rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Beautiful. How do I like the Thrustmaster pack? I absolutely love it, mate. It's brilliant. Although the quality on it is, I mean, the quality on it hasn't blown me away, but then again, it is very, very reasonably priced. So yeah, I wouldn't expect too much in terms of the build quality. Alright, so S speed, flaps up. Yeah, I think a lot of people have probably overinflated the price because of the availability of it. And I'm just going to engage autopilot there. And we'll let it do its thing. But yeah, I think the price has been overinflated potentially a little bit because of the availability issues that we've had. But I mean, I think for the price it's pretty good. Look at this bank. This is a nice solid bank going on here. Are we actually going to pass over Venice here? I think we do. I think Venice is right here, the Venice city. Are we actually going to go that way? Sort of, but not. We won't go right over it, but anyway, like I was saying, I think it's good quality for what it is for this stuff. You know, if you look at other throttle quadrants and whatnot, you know, there are a lot of choices out there. There's a lot of stuff that's much better quality, but it costs a lot more as well. So yeah, I suppose, you know, you kind of get what you pay for. We'll activate standard pressure. We're through 6,000 feet. I wasn't really paying attention then. Ground spoilers can be unarmed now. And I'm going to turn the volume down a bit so you guys might be able to hear me a bit better. But yeah, so the Airbus stuff, like I say, you kind of get what you pay for. Like, I have had a few issues with the joystick here in terms of I had the Z axis for the rudder. That actually broke on me. Well, I say broke. It kind of what I basically did was I actually unscrewed the handle. Because basically what it was doing, it was giving erroneous inputs on the Z-axis, so it was like turning the rudder left and right without me doing anything, basically. And as it happened, is inside the handle here, there was a wire that was actually caught on the potentiometer that actually controls the Z-axis. There's Venice down there, Venice City there. So yeah, the potentiometer was caught on a wire, so I actually unscrewed it, unhooked the wire, and now it works fine. So, you know, you get what you pay for, I suppose, in terms of the quality. I have had to do that one other time as well, so I've actually had to do that twice in total. Which is, you know, it's kind of inconvenient and annoying, but like I say, it's you get what you pay for, I suppose. I imagine with a much higher end joystick, you would have, you know, you'd have like a heart sensor or something, whatever they're called. You know, like the contactless sensors. I can't remember what they're actually called. Instead of a potentiometer, so you wouldn't have that issue. But yeah, other than that, it works pretty nice. Obviously, you know, it's an Airbus shape. This has the detents, which is very, very cool, and I do enjoy that. I am going to get the add-on for it as well, so, you know, I'm pretty pleased with it. Chris says, I missed that. You do use them still, getting used to the cockpit on the A320. Used to fly the 737 in FSX. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, going from a 737 to an A320, I suppose it's quite a big difference, isn't it, really? The 737 is quite unique. Especially, obviously, going from, you know, just Boeing and Airbus in general, it's quite a big difference. I've tried to fly a 737 before. I've actually been in a real flight simulator for a 737, and yeah, I struggled quite a lot because I'm so used to the Airbus. So yeah, You'll get it in time, man. You'll get it in time. Would it be a bad idea just to go for the throttle quadrant at this point? I mean, it's entirely up to you and your needs, really. You know, I think at the end of the day, the most well-developed aircraft in Flight Sim 2020 at the moment is the Airbus. So, you know, it might be a good idea to invest in this stuff. So it's really up to you, and what you need. What if you've got a joystick already? This, what did you say? You already had a 1600M. Somebody said that, I think. Someone already said they had the Thrustmaster 1600. I think it was. I'm not sure who said that, but this joystick is basically the exact same as the 1600M. Just the button layout is very, very slightly different. It's basically the same thing under the, you know, it has all the same sort of internal specifications. It has no different functions to the 1600M. So if you've already got that, then yeah, man, go for the throttle quadrant. Yeah. So I think it's good. If you fly the Airbus a lot, then you probably enjoy it quite a lot. I do. And then on top of that, you have to think as well, it depends what aircraft you're going to get in the future. Like, for example, the fly-by-wire team who do the A320 mod, you know, they're going to release an A380 at some point. So if you want to fly the A380, again, this is going to be, you know, this is going to be, it's going to be good for that, because it's obviously uses basically the same throttle quadrant. If you're going to get the A350 as well by Sim4 Flight, again, that's going to be a really nice aircraft, and again, uses the same throttle quadrant. So you know, that's the way I thought about it anyway. But it also works for other airliners, you know. It works for everything, really. It's just obviously has some Airbus specific advantages. And if you compare it to similar priced throttle quadrants, you know, it's pretty good value for what it is, I think. So that's my rather long-winded recommendation. Apologies, I have a tendency to waffle a little bit. So I hope that helps anyway. I hope that answers your question. Alright, so we are heading out now of Venice. We've basically departed our full departure route and we are into our en route navigation now. Looks like we are passing through a bit of moisture here, and I don't have the anti-ice on, so I'm going to turn that on right now. We've got all our lights off because we went through 10,000 feet. We are on standard pressure and we are good to go. Well, Donnie, what I would say is good luck in getting one, because they're out of stock absolutely everywhere. It's so difficult to get them. I really struggled. I had my eye on it for quite some time before I actually managed to get my hands on one. So oh, Amazon actually has them in stock. That's amazing, dude. Go for it. Chris says, do they do pedals for the Thrustmaster? I believe Thrustmaster do some pedals, yeah. Yeah, I haven't got any pedals, but I believe Thrustmaster do some. I think there's some other good ones as well by Cytec. Well, I say good, there's some similar. I suppose all manufacturers really do a few different levels of rudder pedals. You can either spend, you know, loads of money on them or not. But yeah, I think in terms of entry level gear, like what we're talking about, Thrustmaster do some, Cytec do some, there's another brand as well, CH I think they're called, they do some as well. So yeah, but flying airliners, I mean I practically never use the pedals. I think what I would like pedals for is I would like them for a bit more progressive braking when I'm on the ground. And I would also like them, obviously, for, you know, probably one of the main uses is for trying to do crosswind landings and things like that. But yeah, they're not very high on my priority list at the moment, I have to say. Do I know when the add-on will be released? I believe it has been released already, but it just sold out straight away. I think it only went to one stockist to begin with as well, so yeah, it just instantly sold out. But I think it is already out. It's just a case of stock being refilled. Okay, so our flight today, initial cruising flight level, which we're arriving at now, is 290, and from there we are going to chill for a little bit, and then when we get to Gikin, we are going to step up to 370. So in about what time is it? In about 20 minutes, we are going to step up to Gikin. I'm actually just going to start the timer here just to remind myself to do that, and I think we're above the clouds now. We are above the clouds. So I'm going to turn off anti-ice as well. And I'm actually just going to... Well, I'm going to turn down the weather radar so it's not quite as obvious, but I'm going to leave it on. And everything else is good to go. We can change our TCAS now we're in cruise. We'll change it to below. And I actually forgot to turn it on, but there we go. All right, so this is a new EasyJet. Well, it's not a new livery for EasyJet, but it's one I downloaded today because the one I had previous was a bit old, and I think this is a fairly newer one, which is higher resolution, and it looks pretty damn sharp if you ask me. You can zoom in as much as you like, and it doesn't go pixelated, so very nice indeed. Okie dokie, so I think we're all good for the cruise. Yeah, minus 55 degrees outside. We're cruising on. Seatbelt sign is still on. Should have really turned that off a while ago, but that's that done. And let's have a look down here. Yeah, looking good, really. Toasty 22 degrees in the cockpit. It's a little quite warm actually in the rear of the cabin, so maybe just turn this down a bit. And that should actually change the temperatures on there. Oh, maybe it doesn't. I thought that did. Let's see if it's on the... not on there either. Maybe it does change. 23, 24. Yeah, see, it just went down, I think. So yeah, it is going down. The temperature is going down. That's amazing that that's actually simulated the the temperature in the cabin. That's pretty damn cool. Cytec didn't. Cytec do them, didn't bother myself. Like the gauges they offer and radio controls, do you have to pay for the add-ons or are they free? Which add-ons are you talking about, Curtis? And I do apologize, Curtis, have I been calling you Chris this whole stream? I think I have been calling you Chris, and if I have, I do apologize. It must be my my eyes. Cal, Happy New Year to you too, mate. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you again. Yeah, guys, I'm a little bit disappointed right now with IVAO. If you look on here, this is us, this pink flame here. We departed out of Venice, and yeah, we're basically going to be heading out this way, and we're going to be taking a turn in this way very, very shortly, and heading on down to Palma in Majorca. Before I actually started the stream today, there was ATC coverage basically around this whole area. So this whole area was coloured in blue because of the center controllers. There was a departure controller, or an approach controller rather, at Venice, and it was looking like we were going to get full ATC for the full flight, but unfortunately it doesn't look like we are now. We'll probably get ATC as we come to Palma. It still looks quite busy there, and we should go through this. Well, actually this is an approach controller, so that's not going to affect us, but that's going to be it. That's really unfortunate, to be honest with you. Literally before I logged on, this whole area was completely covered, and look at this over here. Oh my god. All these planes are coming from Manchester. What's going on? Is there an event? Holy. Yo, look at all these aircraft parked down in Manchester. That's wild. Damn. Okay, well, if this flight doesn't take too long, we're gonna do a flight from Manchester later on. Where are they going? They're going. Everybody's going to Innsbruck. Everybody's going. What is going on? Huh. See, I don't know how you find out about events like that on IVAO. You've been moving house, and in the process you broke your new MSI screen back out now. Oh man, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate, dude. Yeah, I feel your pain there. I feel your pain. Glad to hear you back though. Yeah man, good to see you. All right, so yeah, estimated time of arrival is in approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. But yeah, looking good. I'm still quite disappointed about the whole ATC situation, but never mind. What can you do? Maybe that event at Manchester will still be going once we're done here. Like, look at this. This is so crazy. Look at all these planes coming out of Manchester, all going to Innsbruck. We're all in this big line here. Like, if you zoom out, it becomes even more obvious. That's very cool. Look at all the planes parked at Manchester. Damn. And then you've got all this ATC coverage all the way. Basically the full distance to Innsbruck, which is here. That's amazing. Is that a separate program for the ATC? It is indeed, yes. It's called IVAO, India Victor Alpha Charlie. This is the client here, and yeah, basically it's like a third-party network of, you know, like Microsoft Flight Simulator, for example, has its multiplayer servers and whatnot. IVAO is basically the same thing, but it's you know, the players or everybody that's logged on there is on there with a view to communicate their intentions and whatnot via, you know, live ATC to each other. And yeah, it's good fun. I'm in. Hello, welcome to the stream. Don't give because no have many viewer. I'm not sure what you mean by that, brother. But yeah, Curtis, IVAO is very good. Wait, Curtis, I just read your last message. I just clicked as to what you were saying there. So I've been calling you Chris for a few streams now. Oh, I'm so sorry, mate. I'm so sorry. I have no idea why. Why? I don't know. Like, if I just, it's probably because I generally like don't look at the names on the chat for too long. I just glance at them, and I don't know. Maybe it's just a font. It looks like Chris. I have no idea. Anyway, I do apologize, and I'll try to remember for the future. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the sim has progressed nicely, and yeah, it's. I'm so you know, I'm really looking forward to what it's going to be like in a year from now. In a year from now, it's going to be quite a thing, I think. Dylan, welcome, mate. Welcome. Good to see you. Welcome back. Good to see you in the chat again. Yeah, super nice view from up here in the clouds. What type of bird are we playing? We're flying an A320 today. Yeah, we're flying the A320 again today. We are flying. We're flying on ATC network. We're flying on IVAO IVAO today. So I wanted to use this because this is really the only airliner that's worth using in IVAO, in my opinion. Looks like a 767. I've never actually seen a 767 from the inside. Hopefully the graphics cards come down. Would like to try VR. Yeah, Curtis. Yeah, man. There's still a lot of optimization to be done in the sim, I feel. So I think in time, you know, it should be a bit more well optimized for various cards. Obviously, this sim at the moment, it has. Did I actually put? Hang on a minute. Oops. Okay. Yeah. So I think this sim at the moment. Yeah, it doesn't really have a lot of the modern optimizations that a lot of modern games have at the moment. So even on fairly new cards, it still doesn't run that well. So there's still a lot of work to be done on this one, I think, for optimization. So yeah, once that gets done in the future, hopefully, yeah, hopefully it'll be a little bit more accessible. I mean, it's supposed to be coming out on the Xbox, so you know, I feel like at some point it's got to, you know, it's got to take a step up in terms of optimization, because if this runs like this on, you know, a PC which is spec'd higher than an Xbox, you know, it's gonna absolutely run like trash on an Xbox. So what is VR? VR is yeah, it's like virtual reality. So you put obviously like a headset on, and yeah, I mean, it just allows you to look around naturally and kind of interact with stuff using the little hand controllers and stuff like that. Xbox Series X has been having problems with it. I didn't know it was actually out on the Xbox yet, to be honest. Blow it up, yeah. I mean, yeah, could be one of the options. Right, so we are basically, obviously we can't see the ground from here, but we are basically just approaching the Italian coast. We're approaching waypoint Gikin, which is where we're going to step up to a higher flight level. So I'm actually going to announce that on IVAO. So when you are on IVAO and there's no actual controller logged in for the area, what you want to do is you want to be on Unicom, which is this 122.8, and basically you go on here and you send out a message just saying what your intentions are. So we are en route in cruise. Our target is direct to Gikin, and we are going to go up to 370, so we're going to put that in here. And I'm going to send that. So that sends a message out on the network to anyone that's nearby, and they can see what I'm about to do. So we're going to step up to 370 and we're going to go manage climb. So, where were we before? We were at 290, weren't we? Yeah, so by stepping up to this higher altitude, we should have a slightly smaller headwind component. But it's not that much, really. And we are actually going to be turning as well, so obviously that'll take away some of the headwind component. Should be looking at 239/30 knots of wind when we get up to 370. I've been recently trying to check on your flight plan on SimBrief. If you scroll down, you can actually look at like a wind summary for your whole trip here. So at Gikin, which is where we're approaching, flight level 290, there'll be 166 degrees, 20 knots of wind. And this works, I believe this is the headwind component. I'm not sure what measure of unit that is, because obviously it's more than this, so it must be a different measure, unless I'm reading it wrong. And then yeah, so basically these are all the different flight levels, so you can see what wind it is at each flight level. And what SimBrief does is it actually chooses the most optimal flight level. So we're stepping up to 390 from 270, and yeah, I suppose that's what works out best for us in this particular instance, because it has a slightly lower headwind component. I was looking at the RTX 3090. Yeah, I mean, I would happily get that if I could afford it, but yeah, it's kind of ridiculous amount of money. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it depends what resolution you play on as well, to be honest. if you're playing on 4K, then it's probably worth it. Or even a 3080 will probably still be fine. But yeah, the availability and the price of them at the moment is just pretty ridiculous. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Guys, I just double checked what I was yammering on about a minute ago. So I did actually know this. I don't know why I was leading myself to believe otherwise. So on our flight plan, this is not the headwind component. This is the freaking temperature. So minus 53, minus 54. I don't know where I got the headwind component idea from, but yeah, I guess I'm just a little bit away with the fairies today. But yeah, that's temperature. Obviously you can work out your headwind component based on this. So apologies, I just don't want to mislead anyone. You can actually see, I think what I'm getting confused with is this one. So if you look on this list here, this is basically all your waypoints along your routes. So we'll use Gicking as an example because that's where we've just passed through. So obviously you've got the latitude and longitude, and then in this column here you have the wind. So you've got 168 at 18 knots, and then this M16, that's the headwind component. That's what I'm getting confused with. So M16 basically means that, well, the M stands for headwind. That's basically minus, and then 16 knots. So that's a headwind of 16 knots at this waypoint at the flight level that we're flying at, which we would have left there at 290. And now we're at 370, approaching this next waypoint, at which point we have a headwind component of 30 knots, which is a little bit higher. But we can fly at slightly faster speed up at this flight level. We can fly at 0.79 Mach instead of 0.78, which is a little bit quicker. So yeah, that's that. That's probably what I was getting confused with. So apologies if I've misled anyone there. This kind of looks quite confusing. It confused me a lot when I first started reading them, but it's quite simple because you can just check here, and this is basically the format of each of these rows here. So yeah, sorry if I confused anyone there, but yeah. That's that. Yeah, Curtis, my my graphics card runs it okay. I mean, whilst I have OBS running, when I have this running right here, it seems to kill the performance of the sim quite a lot, and it didn't actually used to do that until a recent update. So I'm really looking forward to some optimizations, to be quite honest. I think I'm probably going to move over the stream from Streamlabs OBS to normal OBS at some point, which might help, but I need to do some testing on that. So these tips that you see popping up here, these are essentially people talking on Unicom. These are people that are not like necessarily super close to me, but close enough to send out the messages. And I think we can probably just turn the music back up a bit now. Right, I'm going to have a check on... I'm going to check on IVAO again. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, it's still madness over here in Central Europe. Loads of people still departing from Manchester. Oh, look at this as well. There's a ton of people departing out of, I think this is Hamburg. Yeah, departing out of Hamburg for Belfast. Or Dublin, sorry, not Belfast, Dublin. But we do still have an approach controller on Palma, so fingers crossed they stay online. This happened to me last stream as well, where I planned a flight with some I planned a flight with the view to have various controllers online for the flight, and as soon as I start the stream, they all logged off. It's like they knew I was coming. I need to put down my Christmas tree today, don't I? Or tomorrow even. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is, let's see if we can get some cool drone shots while we're in cruise here. I haven't done this in a little while. Wait for my controller to link up. There we are. I think that's, there we go. Alright. Nice. Like zooming out a bit and getting a bit of perspective, you know what I mean? And you can also zoom all the way back in. Junior, thank you very much, dude. Sending hugs right back. Yeah, I'm from the UK. Yeah, no chemtrails. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Where's it gone? Right, there it is. Let's see if we can get a cool shot like this. If we turn off follow mode. Where's it gone? Oh! Oh! Okay, let's slow down the drone speed a bit. There we go. Right, I'm gonna just nip and get a drink real quick. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright then. It's a pretty cool camera view actually. I saw a really good post on a Facebook group I'm in that did this camera view. It just looks so cool because you see all the detail on the aircraft, like look at all the rivets and stuff on the body of the aircraft. It's so detailed, like, and the engine as well. Ridiculous the amount of detail. Right, so here we are. We are flying over the sea. Looks like the clouds are clearing up a bit. Looking good. Which sea is this, sir? That is a question. Let's see. Let's see, do you get it? I don't actually know what sea it is. Can anyone in the chat perhaps enlighten me as to what sea this is that we're flying over currently? could just not be lazy and just look on Google Maps. It's the I can't even say this. Tyrrhenian Sea? Maybe? Yo, Walter, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're having a great weekend and Happy New Year to you. Thank you very much. So guys, we're about half of the way into the flight now, and as you guys saw, there's absolutely loads of planes at the moment departing out of I've closed the map, I think, out of Manchester. So we've got just under an hour left of this flight. Got two options here. Now, just bear with me one moment. So what do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? Either we bail on this flight and start a new flight from Manchester going to Innsbruck and join the crowd doing that. So if I bring up WebEye here, you guys can see there is just a ridiculous amount of traffic going over Europe at the moment on IVAO, which could be quite fun. Like, there's still tons of aircraft yet to depart from Manchester. So we've got two options really. This is us right here. We parked out of Venice, and like I say, we're about halfway into the flight. We've got an approach controller on at Majorca, which should be nice. But that's it really. Now, what we could do as an alternative option is we could start a new flight starting somewhere in Northern Europe. Well, I say Northern Europe, sort of Central Western Europe. And we've got two options. We could either fly from Manchester to somewhere else. We could do Innsbruck if you want. Or we could do a flight from... why is it... How come there's so many people going to Dublin? There's no one even logged on there. Maybe it's just a bunch of friends or something. I don't know. But yeah, two options really. Either we cancel this flight halfway through and we fly from Manchester to Innsbruck, or I think that's the only option really. Or we just carry on with this flight and land in Majorca. Entirely up to you guys. I'm going to leave it over to you. If you're in the chat, let me know what you would prefer to see. Adrian, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a great weekend. Happy New Year. And Niam as well. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're having a great weekend. Happy New Year to you both. So yeah, guys, if you're in the chat and you have a preference, we can either continue on this flight here, which is, like I say, just under an hour left, or we can abandon and go from Manchester to Innsbruck, and we should have full ATC the full way. So it depends what you guys want to see. There's going to be ATC on the approach here into Palma, but that's it. Or we could have ATC all the way from the gate all the way to gate Innsbruck. And obviously there's going to be a lot of other aircraft around as well. So let me know. Let me know. Either way, I'm happy with either. I kind of, to be honest, I would feel quite bad just cancelling a flight halfway through. But at the same time, I kind of, I would love to get some ATC on the go. Curtis, are you going? Thank you very much, so, and I'll catch you again soon. All right, Chris, take it easy, brother. I'll catch you again. I'll catch you again in the next stream. All right, so I guess there's nobody said anything in the chat about changing flight. I guess we're just going to continue this one on for a bit, which is fine. Fine with me. Fine with me. And yeah, flying over these islands now. I can't remember what they're called as per usual, but so below us currently we have the island of, I have no idea. I thought it might tell me on this map, but it doesn't. The island actually doesn't have a name. I guess it's just, I mean, I'm sure it does have a name, but I can't see a name on Google Maps. But it is part of Italy by the looks of things. And then we're going to continue on over the sea until we reach Palma, excuse me. Yeah, let's see, what have I got? What have I got? So what have we got, guys? Let's jump into a bit of a different camera view, something a bit different. There we go. All right, so let's do some facts. Let's do some facts about Majorca, guys. So Majorca is actually quite a special little place for me, actually. I think it's the first place I went on holiday with my family. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to go to Majorca as a fairly young kid on multiple occasions growing up, which I'm very thankful for. It was a very, very enjoyable experience. You know, it's a beautiful little country, nice and sunny. Can't really go wrong. So let's see. I'm on the Wikipedia page here for Majorca. Let's see about some facts about Majorca, because although I've been there a few times, I was quite young, so I can quite confidently admit that I didn't learn that much about actual Majorca itself. Peter, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a great weekend. Happy New Year. So, Majorca is the largest island in the Balearic Islands, which are part of Spain, as probably all of you knew. That's probably one of the most commonly known things about Majorca. Let's have a look. So the capital of the island is Palma, which again you probably knew. Okay. Oh, what was that clicking sound? Anyway, Majorca, the name of Majorca comes from the classical Latin Insula Major, which means larger island. Later in medieval Latin, this became Majorca, which means the larger one. And then, yeah, in comparison to Menorca, which is the smaller one. I'm not very good at this this whole facts malarkey, to be honest. I feel like I'm I'm struggling a bit here. Let's see. So, has anybody in the chat been to Majorca? Anyone in the chat been to Majorca at all in their life? Alright, here we go, guys. Here's some facts. So, in Majorca, there is over 2,500 restaurants. BCN, which I think my younger brother has been to. Majorca's biggest nightclub, I believe that would be in the... what's the area called where they have the clubs? I can't remember now. I've never been myself, but I think my brother has. BCN, Majorca's biggest nightclub, has the world's largest foam machine. Kenny, you've been there many a time. Great stuff, mate. Whereabouts have you been in Majorca? Entrenc, Majorca's longest and possibly most beautiful beach, loses an estimated 25 tons of sand every year. Wow. So I imagine that's due to coastal erosion and people on the beach. Victor, thank you very much for the follow, and Peter as well. Sorry if I missed your notification earlier on, but thank you very much for the follow. I hope you guys had a great new year. Welcome to the stream. Porto Palenza, that's exactly where I have been in Majorca. I've been there, well, when I was a kid, quite a few times. I haven't been there for a long time, but that's where we used to go as a family. Yeah, very nice little little town. Majorca's year-round temperature on average is 21 degrees. That is absolutely amazing. I didn't know that. Hasn't changed much over the years. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of glad to hear that, to be honest, because it's quite a nice little town. So that's pretty good to know, actually. I probably will go there again at some point in the near future, but yeah, I've just not really had the chance. All right, so now we're in the cruise anyway, I mean, we've still got a bit of distance to go, but let's start making some preparations for our approach into Palma. So let's go onto the Atsu system and request a ATIS from Lima Echo Papa Alpha Lepa, which is Palma Airport. So let's send that, and that will basically pull an ATIS down from IVAO for us. Yes, Kenny. Yeah, we used to used to do that. Go down the, you know, the what is it? What did they used to call it now? The walk along by the beach. So you can walk all the way down, can't you? There's like a path that goes down by the beach. Used to walk down there, you know, pick a restaurant, go in there, you know, just sit there and just relax. Very nice indeed. Hotel Capri, yeah. Rings a bell actually. I'm not sure if we ever actually went there or not, but yeah. Beautiful place. Alright, so we should have received a response now to the ATIS. So if we go in our received messages, there we go. We've got the ATIS. Let's go in here, and it says ATIS not available. Now, that is probably because well, the ATC is still online, but sometimes this ATIS doesn't work if it's not a certain controller. So I'm just going to get the ATIS through IVAO. So this is the Palma approach in ATIS. Oh, I can't unhighlight that now. Anyway, Palma approach, we've got, let me just get rid of this. Palma approach, information India. Recorded at 1846 Zulu, so quarter of an hour ago. So this is probably going to change again before we land, but just to give us an idea, we've got winds at 270 at 8 knots. We also have a temperature of 8 degrees and a QNH of 1012. So looking good, no significant changes. Arrival runway is 24 left. So that is that really? A few clouds at 025. So we've got some low clouds, but other than that, looking pretty good. So let's just check our flight plan and just see what runway we actually planned for. I can't actually remember what we did. So we haven't put anything in here yet, but let's just check the flight plan on SimBrief. So originally SimBrief said to expect 06 left. So that is different to what is actually being used currently on IVAO. Like I say, on IVAO they're using 24 left. So yeah, it looks like we're going to have a different approach. So we'll have to plan that out. Because we only have an approach controller on at Palma, they only cover a fairly small area, so we'll have to plan for our arrival into 24 left now basically. So looking at if I bring up our arrival here, oh, we're getting a message. Dear pilots, we have an APC exam at Amsterdam. Okay, never mind. Right, so if we bring up our arrival here, so this is the original arrival we were going to fly, which is goes by the name of the Morse Morse. Excuse me, I can't speak. It's the Morse 4 Mike arrival. So that takes us down from Morse. And then down this way and in towards the airport to this point here. So this is actually an arrival you can use for any runway by the looks of things. So we can still use this arrival, which we will do. It seems like it's the most relevant arrival to use from the east anyway. So it's going to pass over Majorca and then down towards Majorca VOR. It's very difficult to see actually on my screen, but you obviously you can see the island here, and then the airport is here. They're going to be using 24 left. Ignore this. This is for our departure airport. They're going to be using 24 left, which is here. So we'll just take a a right turn in that way. So it should be pretty simple. Let's just pin that. So that's the Moors 4 mic arrival, and let's bring up the charts for Majorca for our final approaches. So 2-4 left is the. We want to try the ILS. Shall we try the RNAV? Just to try it out because I don't do them very often. Right, so yeah, I mean, we could try the RNAV one. Why not? Let's do something a bit different this time. Although ATC will probably prescribe an approach, we can request it. Let's put them both there. But as you can see, we're going to come in probably from this direction, roughly down here. And then this is the Majorca VOR here. MJV is the Majorca VOR. So we'll take a right turn back on ourselves and then come in like this and come down onto 2-4 left. We'll try to do this approach if we can. Just to mix things up a bit. You know, we always do ILS. Might go completely wrong, but we can try it. I know RNAV's not properly implemented yet, but we can try it. And then whilst we are here, we will also grab the airport diagram, which is here. 2-4 left here, so we're probably going to be taxiing. I mean, we're probably going to be leaving the runway at probably like S1 or S2. Let's plan for S2. And then we want to go to I mean, we'll request a short taxi, so we'll request like stand 62, let's say, which is here. So you can see stand 62. This is Sierra 2 here. So you can expect we can expect taxi if we come off at Sierra 2. We can expect taxi via Mike and then Tango. Yeah, Mike Tango and then into 62. So let's put 62 on my notepad here. And then I'm going to add that to my pin board here at the bottom, so I've got this to hand when I land. So yeah, we shall do that. So let's punch in our arrival. Let's go for the I'm just going to refresh the ATIS real quick, just on the off chance it's changed, which it hasn't. It's still the same one. So 2-4 left, and we're going to go for the RNAV 2-4 left Zulu. Zulu, mainly because that's generally the most commonly used one at a given airport. And then we're going to be going via, let's just bring this up here so it's a bit easier to see. And apologies, I'll go plan mode first and just zoom it in a little bit. Bavom looks fine. It's weird. Sometimes when I look at the plan for these routings. Tend to get a bit confused because it's like, where I don't actually see Bavom on any of my... Oh, actually I do. Bavom is actually far better, to be honest with you, so it actually avoids that right turn. So we'll go via Bavom and we'll insert that. And did we put our star in there? We did not. Oh, it didn't actually ask me to select one, did it? Let's try that again. I have 2-4 left. Zulu, star. Oh, okay, so we just missed it off. I was just being dumb. And we're going to go for the Moors. The Moors for Mike. Oh. What do we want? We'll go from Moors to Papa, actually. That's going to be better. Via Bavom. Insert. Okay, so that should just take us basically straight in. So if I go back over to our flight plan and step through it, you can see that basically just takes us straight in. More or less in a straight line, so it's much simpler that way. And just so you guys can kind of visualize that. So before we looked at this chart and we said we were going to come in via Moors and down this way to the left and then in this way. What we're actually going to be doing instead is we're coming in via the same waypoint. This is coloured in here as well, which means you have to fly over that point. Which we're going to be doing, so that's fine. We're flying via Moors, and then we're going to go to Papa this time. So you see the to Papa right here. So actually going to come down this routing instead, straight down towards Cap de Pera, VOR, and then we're going to be coming in straight down this route here. Sorry, not down this route here. We are going to once we get to Cap de Pera, I believe we are going to transition. Let me just check this. Actually, so what we're going to do is when we get to Majorca, VOR, we're actually going to fly onto our arrival via Bavom. So from MHN, we are going to go, so this is Majorca VOR. We're going to go, this is not to scale, this top bit here, but we're going to fly in from this direction straight to Bavom and then down onto our final approach. It's weird that it misses off the last bit of the arrival on the flight planner. Not quite sure I understand why it's done that, but I suppose that is okay. Because look at this, you could fly into CDP, which would be your initial approach fix, which is also on this arrival here. But for some reason, our FMS is missing that off. So if we look at, yeah, it's got these two waypoints in, and I'm not quite sure what they are, but yeah, I suppose we're just going to go with it and see how it works out. It should be okay. I might just try re-input and just see if it makes more sense, but It's probably just me misinterpreting. Arnav, 24 left Zulu via Bavum. What if we did via CD? Ah, okay, let's do CDP. Where's MJV as well? Oh, okay. So we could do via CDP. That makes more sense, I think. And then we're going to do the Morse to Papa via CDP. And I have 24 left. Inserts. Okay, so that should take us... There we go. That's beautiful. That takes us... That takes us basically down to this point right here, and then down onto to the Arnav approach. So that's looking good. Happy with that. All right, perfect. Any questions, guys? Feel free to give me a shout in the chat. So the FMS or the MCDU is telling us to enter our destination data here, so we shall do that. All right, so looking back at the charts here, our minimums are going to be 269 feet. Let's just check again with the ATIS. So the ATIS hasn't changed at all, so we'll input that data. QNH is 1012, temperature is 8 degrees, and wind is 2708 knots. So some wind, but not that much. And then the transition altitude for Majorca, I believe, is 5,000. I can't actually see it on this chart. It's 6,000, like the UK. Alright, so 6,000 is going to be our transition altitude. Our VAP is 134. Don't want to turn my torch on. That's all set up, so we can go back to our cruise and back to our flight plan. Let's put this back on arc mode. And yeah, we've not got too far to go now. 145 miles before our arrival. Just about half an hour. 20 minutes, I tell a lie. Scott, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a great weekend. Happy New Year. Kenny, apologies. I was focused on looking through those charts there. We will be flying over the northeast of the island. Yeah, we're flying over the northeast, but yeah, you should be able to see most of the coastline from there, provided the clouds aren't too high, too low rather. So you should be able to see Pollenza, I reckon. I was very much in the zone right there. Yeah, so if I bring this back over here, you can see this is where we're flying. This is us right here. So we're going to be flying in this way. So you should be able to see, you know, mostly the north. I think there's some mountains that run down here, isn't there? But that shouldn't block the view. But we're going to have to fly this routing. I can't really deviate from it because we're going to be connecting to an air traffic controller shortly, and they won't be too impressed if we're deviating off the route. Okay, so distance to go is 130 miles. So let's start planning our descent then. So we're at 37,000 feet. Let's times that by 3. 37 times 3 is 111 plus 10. So we're going to need to start a descent in basically about 5 miles. Just check the airport elevation. is 8 feet, so yeah, we're going to be going all the way down to sea level, and I'm actually just going to initiate the descent now. So we'll select 10,000 and we'll start on down. So let's see, we do have one altitude restriction on our route down. At Moors we need to be between flight level 230 and above flight level 120 and below flight level 230. That's the only restriction though, really. The other restrictions are speed restrictions. For the RNAV approach, we need to be at 2,000 feet, 2,500 feet to commence on down the RNAV approach there. So I'll set that to 3,000. And yeah, so it looks quite busy at Majorca actually. There's quite a few people logged on there. There's 2 ground controllers. In fact, there's a delivery controller and a ground controller. There's a tower and an approach controller on. So we'll contact the approach controller once we get basically over the coast of Majorca. So should be able to see Majorca coming into view fairly soon. Just there, actually, you can just about make it out, and then Majorca in the distance there. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. Yeah, I'd rather avoid that scenario if it's all possible. Alright, so I'm going to tune a VOR that is on location at the airport. So Joa will tune that. And we'll also tune in MJV VOR as well, which is, well, we'll just tune in MJV, which is a Majorca VOR. We'll display that on our ND here. These are the 2 VORs. They should come alive fairly shortly. And just before we get too low down, I'm just going into the toilet. I'll be back in one moment. Right. Okay, so one thing I didn't do is I need to just announce here that I'm on my descent. We're gonna go for 20. What was it? 23 left. 24 left even. I'll send that. I don't know why it still says direct kick in, but never mind. Oh, that's interesting. So, oh. They're a little bit high for this waypoint, actually. But the aircraft is actually paying attention to a speed restriction, which is interesting. I've not seen it do that before. I didn't realize that was implemented. But having said that, there isn't actually a speed restriction at this waypoint, so I'm actually going to clear that off. Not yet implemented. Okay, so we'll just have to manually select the speeds. We'll keep it to 280. And let's just get the approach frequency. (119,150). So I'll go 119,150. We'll just have that ready. Okay, so we do have a speed restriction once we get a little bit lower, but not for a little while yet. After we pass through this VOR, we'll start slowing down. But as you can see, we are starting to pass over Majorca now. The island of Majorca just below us. You can see the airport right there. Looking pretty grand. All right, so we're at flight level 180 currently. We have 76 miles to go. Yeah, so we're on profile, a little bit below profile, but looking good. That's absolutely fine because we are going to have a slower rate of descent as we slow down here. So if we go back to manage speed, that should... Okay, it's not going to take us to 250 knots, so I'll have to do that manually. So we'll slow ourselves down. There is still an approach controller. I think I'm going to contact him just after we get past this waypoint here. Alright, I'll just turn the music off for a moment. Let's just double check the ATIS, make sure there's been no updates. There has. So it's actually Juliet now. Information Juliet. Let's just input the information into our performance page. So QNH is still 1012. Temperature is still 8 degrees. Winds are 270 at 6 knots. So not much change really. Oops. Arrival runway is still 24 left. All right. $64 miles to go. So I've completely cleared Majorca now. And heading on over to Majorca over here. So this Charlie Delta Papa waypoint right here is basically right on the coast here. Just on this little sticky out bit here. Let's check the arrival controller's name. It's Palma approach. I think I'm just going to contact him a little bit early here, just to make sure we're ahead of things here. Don't think he should mind too much.
Para la aproximación, muy buenas, por 205 con usted.
Tor 205 Palma, muy buenas, identificado 6.000 pies, haciendo nivel 190.
190, Tor 205.
Ascenso Tor 243.
Tor 243, le dije 190, tal vez me haya escuchado mal. Tor 243 me copió, suba a nivel 190.
Atendemos 190, Tor 243.
Palma approach, easy 3345, flight level 100, inbound Charlie Delta Papo with information Juliet.
Easy 3345, standby. Yeah, easy 3345, good afternoon, please squawk 3701.
Squawk 3701, easy 3345. So I'll change our squawk code. He just assigned us a squawk code there because we were kind of unidentified on 2000 because we had no controller at the original airport. So we've got that. Yeah, actual Spanish chatter indeed, Kenny.
For 5, identify. Descend to 5,000 feet, QNH 1012, and expect ILS on runway 24 left after Charlie Delta Papa.
After Charlie Delta Papa, okay. Descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1012. Could I request RNAV 24 left approach? Easy 3345.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I confirm RNAV approach for you.
Thank you very much. RNAV 24 left for easy 3345. Okay, so he's cleared us down.
Alright,
so he's cleared us down to 5,000 feet, and he cleared us. Well, he granted us the RNAV approach for 24 left, which is what we wanted.
Pasamos con Unicom. Gracias por el control. Hasta ahora. Tor 243.
Yeah, it's going good though, Mariner. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're just on the just on the arrival in
Palma, aproximación muy buena. Identificado 2000 pies, suba nivel 1.
This guy's microphone is so loud. We're just on the arrival into Majorca now. We've got an approach controller on, so it should be pretty cool. How's that guy's voice for you guys? Is it too loud or is it okay? Right, so we're approaching our transition altitude now of 6,000 feet. QNH is 1012, so we shall we'll switch that back, and we'll set 1012. Kenny, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're well. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome to the channel.
Order 05 para más alto, vigile Unicom 228, adiós.
Sorry, you'll find my comms with the chat now is probably going to go to absolute shit because I'm trying to listen to two people at once. A bit loud, yeah. It's a bit loud for me as well, so I've turned it down quite a lot, but I can't really do too much about it, I think. So he's cleared us down to 5,000 feet. He's not contacted us again, though. We kind of need to continue going down now. Hopefully he'll let us know. Request further descent, easy 3345.
Easy 3345, descend altitude 3,000 feet.
Descending 3,000 feet, easy 3345. Okay, so once we get to Papa Alpha 12 Echo, which is just here, we need to be at 3,000 feet to capture, we need to be at 3,000 feet, and then we descend to 2,500 to go onto the RNAV approach. Sylvia, thank you very much for the follow, and Angie as well. Thank you both for the follow. I hope you're well. Hope you're having a great weekend. Welcome to the stream. Okie, so we are on the approach here, guys. Everything is looking pretty good. We've got about 30 miles until we arrive. Our lights are all on. I forgot to put this one on. So lights are all on. Seatbelt signs can come on now as well. Maybe a bit too early, but we'll go with that. Taron, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Wow, look at the scenery here in Majorca. Holy. Looking super nice. So you got Porto Pollenza up in this bay here. Kenny, I believe that is Porto Pollenza. Pretty nice view up here.
Charlie Queen H1012 y para autorización para Sombonet llame Palma
This is such a cool approach, you see.
Adiós.
It's such a cool approach, you see. I don't even remember this from when I was young, but it's absolutely stunning. Like, you come in, so I suppose I would have come in from the north rather than this easterly direction, but either way, absolutely stunning. So we are looking good. Nice idle descent at the moment. Yeah, we're gonna just continue on here and then we'll start getting configured for our landing. I'll turn on the hand cam as well for the landing when we take manual control. All right, so approaching 3,000 feet. We just got to wait until he clears us for our landing now, really. Hopefully he will give us some clearance without us having to prompt him again this time. I'm going to set my auto brake to low now before I forget. So we can fly at 3,000 feet for a little while here. So I'm going to just be patient and wait to see if he gets back in touch with me. I had a West Coast, hired a car and drove the West Coast from Palma. Absolutely stunning. Yeah, mate, that sounds absolutely brilliant. I'd love to go back. I'd love to go back. Okay, this guy hasn't said anything else to me. So I'm going to just input that, and I'm not going to press anything just yet. Are we cleared for the RNAV approach, Easy 3345?
Easy 3345, yeah, you are clear for RNP Zulu runway 24 left.
Perfect, thank you very much. Easy cleared for RMP Zulu, Easy 3345, thank you. All right, maybe I misheard him before, but yeah, we're cleared. So let's descend down to 2,500 feet. And we can start getting configured. Let's go for flaps 1.
Easy 3345, I contact Palma Tower, frequency 118.3, good day.
Going to 118.3, Easy 3345, thank you, good day. Oh my god. This takes so long to scroll. Okay, so let's activate approach mode. Going on to app nav. Let's go flaps 2. Palma Tower, Easy 3345 for the RMP Zulu 24 left.
Hello, Easy 3345, continue block runway 24 left, I call you.
Okay, he says continue.
Tor 594 autorizado a despegar, pista 24 derecha, viento 270, 8 nudos.
Okay, so we're going to have level flight at 2,500 feet here just for a short while until we reach this next waypoint, Papa Alpha 08 Echo, and then we're going to start down onto the RNAV approach. Oh, and sorry, I missed your comment before, Kenny. Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, you can make it quite realistic these days with all the online ATC networks and things like that. It's really cool. It's really cool. I love it. All right, so I'm going to go flaps 3.
Runway 24 left, wind 2708 knots. EC3345, are you copy me?
Say again for easy 3345.
Yes, EC3345 clear to land, runway 24 left, wind 2708 knots.
Clear to land 24 left, easy 3345, thank you.
Tower 649 entra y mantener, pisa 24 derecha, le llamo.
Okay, so we're cleared to land, which is beautiful. And we're about to get established on the RNAV approach here, and it should make our way down towards the runway here. Looking very, very clear here in Palma. A lot of sun. We're flying directly into the sun here, and there we go. So we've got final lap mode engaged. So we're going to start down the RNAV approach towards the airport. So we're going to go flaps 4, or flaps full rather, and gear down. We're going to go gear down. Let's check with the cabin. Okay, and arm the spoilers as well. So, landing no blue is our checklist. I don't know the full checklist. I'm just saying what I think I should say. So our go around altitude is 3,000 feet. So we'll set that. QNH is set 1012. And yeah, we're looking good. So the autopilot is just going to take us down towards the runway now. I'm going to take manual control momentarily. Yeah, we'll take it from there. So runway is in sight here. We could just about see it through all that sunlight. But we are looking good. Yes, Kenny, I definitely need to practice it. Alright, I'm going to turn the sim volume up for you guys, so you guys can hear the call-outs. Let me know if it gets too loud. It should be okay though. And we're 1,000 feet above the ground, so I'm going to take manual control. It's autopilot disengaged. Flight directors can come off. I can see the pappies now. We've got 3 white, I believe, so we're a bit high. I'm going to increase the rate of descent. And we've got 2 white now, so let's shallow it out a bit. We want to be going around 700 feet per minute at the speed.
Tower 649 con aproximación en 119.15. Adiós.
100 above. 300. Minimum.
Minimums continue.
200.
So we've gotten a bit wonky somehow. I'm not sure how.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
There we go, and we're down. Decel, reverses. Okie dokie, manual braking. Alright, let's leave here. This is Sierra 2, which we planned.
EasyJet 3345, pass with ground in 121.7. Bye bye.
121.7 for Easy 3345. Thank you very much. Good day. I'm actually just going to stop here because it'll take me forever to tune the frequency in. Okay. What standard we want? Gate 62. Palma ground, Easy 3345, vacated 24 left at Sierra 2, request taxi to gate 62. Ah, we're on the wrong frequency. 121.7. How did I put in what I did? I don't know. Palma ground, Easy 3345, vacated 24 left at Sierra 2, request taxi to gate 62.
Easy 3345, welcome to Palma, taxi to 62 via gate Mike and Tango 1.
Sorry, say again for Easy 3345.
3345, welcome to Palma, taxi to stand 62 via gate Mike and Tango 2.
Taxi to gate 62 via Mike and Tango 2, Easy 3245. Alright.
3345, confirm stand 62.
Confirm 62, Easy 3345.
Easy 3345, so via gate Mike and Tango 1.
Mike and Tango 1 for Easy 3345, thank you. Alright, there we go. So let's put our flaps up here and just clean up the cockpit a little bit. We can put some of our, turn our landing lights off. Strobe lights can come off as well. And we can put this to taxi, start the APU as well. And Jordan, thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. I did wonder whether you were still in the chat or not. Somehow I got a little bit off center line there when I landed, but yeah, it wasn't actually too terrible for an RNAV. Okay, so we are taxiing via Mike and what was it? Tango? Did he change it to Tango 1? I can't actually remember, but this is Mike that we're on here. And I think there's actually a taxi line missing here, so we'll go over here and then Tango, well, this is Tango 1 basically. And our gate should be just this one on the right here, next to this little GA plane. And this is gate 62 right here. Welcome to Palma, everybody. Alright, we're just going to stop there because I don't think the taxi lines are entirely... Actually, let's roll forward a little bit. I don't think these taxi lines are entirely accurate, but we'll stop there. Okay, engine... oh my god, I didn't even start the APU. it doesn't really matter, to be honest. We'll just leave that off. We'll shut down the engines. So 1, 2, and then 1. Turn off our lights here. Oops. Hello. Turn off the lights. There we go. Beacon light can come off as well. We'll leave our nav lights on. We're on external power. And we shall turn off the crew supply oxygen. Seatbelt signs off. And we can turn off our IRS alignment as well. And that's pretty much it. Oh no. My hand camera's gone off, but it don't really need it anymore anyway. So there we go, guys. That was not bad. Not a bad landing, I don't think. Yeah. Let's see, 194 feet per minute. So pretty, yeah, pretty standard, I think.
Palma ground, buenas tardes, runway 328 X-ray, stand 54, information echo, QNH 1012, request clearance to Malaga.
Let's just, I'll just let this guy know that we're here.
Just stand by.
Sounds a bit busy, I'll just wait a minute. Pax Lyra, thank you very much. Thank you. Alright, so let's just have a quick look here. So this is our landing report here. And yeah, not terrible. Probably not the best landing I've ever done, to be honest, but yeah, not too bad. My heading was slightly off as we came in kind of to the side a little bit. A little bit strange.
Go ahead, runway 328 X-ray.
I suppose we probably got blown off course a little bit, didn't we? That's probably why, because I think the wind was 230 or something. Let's see. So the wind...
Malaga 24 right, about 3 Alpha departure, climb altitude 4,000 feet, squawk 0041, runway 328 X-ray.
The wind was 270, so it had been coming in this way, yeah, and we were coming in this. So that's why we got blown off course, because the wind was coming in this way. I wasn't correcting enough, I guess.
3 Alpha?
Negative, Baver 2 Alpha.
Roger. We've got the latest AREC, we've got 3 Alpha.
Sorry, I'm just going to disconnect from that channel. Alright, so yeah, obviously we got blown off course a little bit. I think I was just a little bit lazy at correcting. So yeah, we ended up a little bit slanted, but yeah, still came down kind of within the touchdown zone and quite close to centerline. 194 feet per minute. Let's see, how far were we away from the centerline? 24 feet away from the centerline to the right. So yeah, not the worst, not necessarily the best, but yeah, I mean, it was an RNAV approach, and I hardly do those, so it was a good experiment. But yeah, thank you very much, Mariner. Thank you indeed. All right, so let me just, well, I don't need to really sign off with the controller. Let's see, well, how much time have we got left? All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look, see what's happening on IVAO, because obviously there was some stuff popping off earlier. Okay, look at this approach traffic into Innsbruck. This is wild. That is a straight ban there, Andy. Thank you very much for your contribution. Alright, so yeah, I'm thinking we potentially do a flight out of Manchester. And yeah, fly down to... potentially Innsbruck, or maybe something a bit shorter. Maybe could do to Amsterdam. That's quite a nice little short hop. We'll have full ATC coverage the whole way. That'd be pretty nice. Maybe Munich. And I think I missed some notifications, didn't I? So James, thank you very much for the follow. Al as well, and Bruno. Robert as well. I'm not sure if I caught yours, but thank you all for the follows. Appreciate that. I hope you're all having a great weekend, and Happy New Year. Dorothy as well. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. All right, so let's have another look at the map then. We'll disconnect from IVAO for the time being. All right, so Manchester to Innsbruck would be cool, but I don't think I necessarily have the time for that, unfortunately. So let's go. Let's see. Innsbruck is here. That's about a 2-hour flight. That's probably a bit too long, to be honest. So yeah, I think we'll do Manchester to Amsterdam. Let's just check here real quick. Yeah, so Manchester to Amsterdam could be quite good. Just seeing if there are any other airports that I don't usually fly to that have controllers on. Munich has a controller on, but that might be a bit far. I'm just thinking maybe northwest Germany, maybe. There's a controller on at Cologne Bonn, which I always like flying into. Let's see. See how far Munich is. I suppose it's not that much less than Innsbruck, is it? Let's do to Amsterdam. Okay, so let's do a quick flight plan here. Brian, this is Microsoft Flight Simulator. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, should I say. All right, so let us let's just make a quick flight plan. Yeah, I suppose it will be Mariner. I think it's still probably maybe a bit too long. I think I just want to do a little quick hop. And then I need to get off for some food. Right. All right, so let's do another EasyJet. And our flight number is going to be 1837. So we'll go easy. 1837. I need to make a note of all this because of ATC. Let's jump in to Manchester here and pick a gate. I think EasyJet will probably normally depart from somewhere along here. So let's go for gate 25. And yeah, everything else will set up in game. We'll just change this just for reference. And let's do live time and live weather currently. I'll change that when we get into game, but let's do live time this time. So it's a bit darker. Mix it up a bit, really. So let's go for, let's make a flight plan real quick. Enrico, does this not get boring flying, doing nothing in the air? I mean, it depends really how you fly. It depends how long your flight is as well. Sometimes you do have quite a lot of things to do. So it really does depend, to be honest, on how involved you want to be. You know, I quite like to get involved doing, you know, realistic procedures and things like that. So it takes quite a bit of planning and thinking about things. So, yeah, I suppose it depends, really. And then if you do a really, really long flight, then you know, when you can cruise, you can just leave your computer and come back. So it's yeah, really up to you how boring you want to make it, I suppose. So easy 1837, and then we're going to be departing from Echo Golf Charlie, which is Manchester, and then we're going to be going to Eham, which is Amsterdam. We're going to be using the A320 again, and that's going to be our routing. So we shall generate that flight plan. And here we are at Manchester. What is going on? Right, let's see. Okie dokie. Okay then, so here we are at Manchester. Let's file, I'll just need to file that flight plan with the ATC. And we'll log on to the network. Okay, so here we are. We are now on the network. As you can see, there are some other planes here already. Got an EasyJet over here. What else we got? Oh, we got a big plane over here. What is this? This is an A350. And what else have we got? We've got another plane which is pushed back already. That's the 737 by the looks of things. And another plane down there. It's got a bit quieter here since since earlier on, I think. But yeah, still a few people here. Let's get things rocking. What are my thoughts on Goat Simulator? Absolutely legendary game, mate. Absolutely legendary. Hilarious. Alright, so let's tune the ground frequency once we get started up here. Let's go batteries on and external power on as well. Put the IRS to align. We'll get some lighting on the go here. I'm just going to turn the volume down a bit. Nav lights on. Okay, and that is the top panel done. We'll turn the dome lights on because it's kind of funky lighting in here currently. So floodlights can come on, integral lights can come on. Turn those lights on as well. We'll turn all the lights up on the monitors here. Mate, I can't believe I'm not streaming Goat Simulator either. I play it every day. I don't know why I don't stream it. Alright, so flight director's on. And wow, it's so yellow in here, that lighting. Right. So I think that's everything for beginning. Oh my god, guys. You are absolutely... You have got to be kidding me. What the heck? Has the controller just logged off? This is just my look today. Yeah, so the ground controller is logged off, but we've still got a center controller. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. Alright, well, we'll tune the center on 132605. There we go.
Lima, we hope to get you out of the holder in about 3 minutes. Should be one more round, and then we'll be having you on your way.
Alright, I'll just turn that down. Wow, 105 things left to download. Holy crap. I hope it doesn't take too long for you anyway. I hope it doesn't take too long for you, Mariner. I know how painful the download speeds can sometimes be.
Descending 180, Lufthansa cargo 0372.
Alright, so let's jump in here. And we'll get the MCDU set up. So we will go on to... I still cannot remember how to do the sim brief thing.
154, request descent.
Shamrock 154, thank you. Descent flight level 100.
Descent flight level 100. 15.
I have totally forgotten how to do the sim brief thing. Is it on Act 2? Oh yeah, it is. I remember it now. Right.
Easy 211 Tango, climb level 350.
There we go, perfect weight balance. So let's
Easy 11 Tango, climb level 350.
select that. We can refuel, and we'll go to the next page, and we shall load the payload as well.
Descent flight level 200, 09 right.
And we will request our routing as well.
UPS 224, descent, flight level 200, runway 09 right in you.
Flight number in use, apparently. But I'm going to ignore that. So I'm just going to wait for the flight plan.
Ryanair 9002, thank you. Descent, flight level.
I'm just going to disconnect from the ATC for a minute, just because it's quite off-putting while I'm doing this. So we've got our initial flight plan loaded in here. Cost index of 27. Cruising flight level of 330. Let's just check our flight plan. So we have no ATIS currently at Manchester, so we shall just use our... We'll just use 05 left. And we shall use the same departure, which is Desig 1 Zulu. We might have to use 1 Sierra, yeah. We'll use 1 Sierra. And we shall insert that. Okay, so let's go for init B. 0.90 fuel weight and center of gravity. 5.3 tons of fuel on board. And our headwind, our wind component is going to be minus 14, so we're going to have a slight headwind of 14 knots on this trip. So that's that. Then we can set our performance up for flaps 1 takeoff, flex to 66, and transition of 6,000 in the UK. Beg your pardon, 5,000, and then we shall set our V speeds. There we go, and Iris is still aligning. Let's just set this and set this. God, this lighting looks so funky. I'm just gonna do that. And I need to set the weather, don't I? So let's go live weather and live time. It has been quite a pleasant afternoon here in the north of England, so I'm not expecting too drastic changes here on the weather. It's still looking okay, so... Alright, let's request a IFR clearance from the controller. So... We are at,
Italia 8419, also
we're at
give me
gate
my
25.
No onward ADC, continue on the Unicom, 122.8, bye-bye.
Now then, let me just double check that this control actually covers us.
Austrian 939, contact Maastricht on the frequency. Frequency is 132.20.
Yeah, so he doesn't actually control controllers at this height, so we'll just tune Unicom on 122.8. And we'll stay on that for the time being. Alright, so that's everything set up now. So let's get moving. Let's start the APU. We'll wait for flap open. We'll turn on the fuel pumps. Kenny, where did I learn everything? Really, just a combination of watching various different streams and YouTube videos and things like that, among some other reading online as well. See if I can get this other camera working again. There we go. Okay, so we're going to wait for flap open for the APU. So flap is open. So let's start the igniters there. And yeah, we're going to get moving here. So we'll arm the speed brakes. Already did that. Oops, lock the cockpit door. Max auto brake is selected. We'll select constraints. I think I've missed a few notifications here. So Sally, Anna, Dorothy as well. Thank you all for the follows. Appreciate that. I hope you have a great weekend and a happy new year to you all. Okay, so the APU is now starting up. Let's just check our departure routes. We're going to be using the Desig 1 Sierra departure, which is basically just a straight shot out. Initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet, so we'll leave that set. So we'll just stick to that. Kevin, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Happy New Year to you. Alright, so we've got our IRSs aligned. Our APU is now available. We'll start our APU bleed. We'll turn our beacon lights on as we're about to start moving. And yeah, let's get underway here. So I'll speak to the ground in a moment. So we're parked at stand 25, so we want to push back facing east and then continue on down. Actually, I think we want to push back facing west. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So then, flight deck to ground. Flight deck to ground. Flight deck to ground. They are not listening. Flight deck to ground. Hello? Hello? What else can I say? Pushback start. Hang on. I've forgotten the commands for these ground people. Request pushback.
Pushback request confirmed.
There we go. That's why it wasn't responding. Ground to flight deck. Sorry. Ground from flight deck. I guess we have to wait for him to get in place. So waiting for this pushback to get in place, and then we'll start speaking to them. Still a few of the players here. Well, one other player. Sorry, Carlos. Only speaking English in the chat. Okay, ground from flight deck. You have to speak in like a proper monotone voice for them to recognize you. Ground from flight deck.
Good evening. All departure check are completed. Every doors and all hatches are closed. The ground equipment is removed and the bypass pin is inserted. Release brakes.
Brakes released.
Okay, pushback begins.
All right, here we go.
You are cleared to start the engines now.
Okay, so let's start engine 2. How long till I take off? Not that long at all. Probably about 5 minutes max. I'm about to move. Turn facing west.
Acknowledged. Start turning so you will be facing a western course.
Okay, so we're gonna head out down this taxiway down here. This is gonna head down. This is Delta here. Gonna head down Delta to yeah, Delta and then Bravo, then Alpha, then onto the runway. Engine 1 starts. Stop pushback.
Fine. Tell when the parking brakes are set.
Brakes set.
Fine. Have a nice flight.
Okay, so starting engine 1 now. Ashton, thank you very much for the follow, and Andrew as well. Thank you both for the follow. I hope you're having a great weekend, and Happy New Year to you both. Alright, so I think, like I say, this should be Delta coming to the left here, so you can just about see on that sign it says Delta to the left. Got the Thomas Cook hangar in the background there. Jet 2 hangar over here. Probably might be pretty difficult for you guys to see that, I'm not sure. Alright, so it looks like engine 1 has started fine as well. So both engines are good starts. Edzard, Ashton, oh sorry, I've already got you, Ashton. Edzard and Greg, both of you, thank you very much for the follows. Hope you're both well and having a fantastic weekend. So let's start our taxi lights and show people we're about to move. Strobe light can come to auto, and these two can be both armed as well. APU is now turned off, and we are ready to move. So we'll announce that on Unicom. So we'll just say taxi to runway 05 left. Okay, let's do this thing. So brakes are released. We'll turn our engine mode selector to normal, and add a bit of throttle, and let's get moving. So if you're just tuning in, We have already completed our first flight today from Venice to Majorca. We're now doing a little bonus flight from Manchester to Amsterdam. Currently taxiing out of Manchester Airport. Looking very cool in the background there. Got the control tower in front of us. Thomas Cook hangar to our right. And it looks like this guy is trying to play chicken with us. Oh dear. Alright, so we're going to follow this taxiway all the way down to Bravo, and then we're going to turn right on Bravo and onto 5 left. Should be our second right. So not this one, but the next one. That one, if I look at that sign, that one should be Alpha. Yeah. And then it's kind of difficult to see that sign from here. That should be Bravo. Nigel, thank you very much for the follow and the like. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're well. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. So, yeah, Bravo 2. So we're on Bravo currently. Let's not drive off the taxiway here. So basically just following this down, Bravo and then Alpha. And then we are on to 05 left. This is the runway here. You can see... see the touchdown zone here with the white and red lights. Christopher, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you are doing well. I hope you're having a great weekend. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so going on to taxiway. Well, we're already on taxiway Alpha actually, but yeah. Carrying on down here. We'll just check with the cabin as we're about to take off. Oh. That was just reminding me that I need to set my takeoff flaps, which I completely forgot. Good evening, Nigel. Welcome to the chat. Alright, so we've got our takeoff flaps set. Let's just press this again now. So we've got no blue.
Camera proceeds for takeoff, please.
And let's just slow down a bit as we come to the runway threshold. Let's turn on our strobe lights and our landing lights and turn our nose light to take off. And we'll announce that we're taking off. Let's set our transponder as well. And let's do this thing. Okay, here we are. Looks like there's another aircraft in the distance there. Hopefully they're not coming in for a landing here. Okay, so throttle's up to 50%. That's stabilized. Then up to flex. This guy looks like he's coming to this runway. So V1 and rotate. Positive rate gear up. And no, he's going past. Alright, and we're up. Yeah, that guy's actually a lot further away than I thought he was. So leave a climb, acceleration altitude, let's put the nose down. S speed, flaps up, autopilot engaged. So there we go, we're now going to fly our departure route out to Desig, which is the first major waypoint on our departure route here, which has got a 5,000 feet altitude restriction. What is going on here with the autopilot? That was a little bit crazy. We're going to go through some moisture here, so I'm going to turn the anti-ice on. It's quite cold here in the UK, -5 degrees at this altitude. Claudio and Lily, Jan and JB, thank you all for your follows. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Happy New Year to you. There we are, departing out of Manchester. On our way out. Heading out to the northeast here, through the clouds. Pretty clear night though here in Manchester, not too many clouds about. And we are gonna just basically fly at level flight for a little bit here. We have an altitude restriction here until we get to Desig, and then we're gonna climb up past 6,000 feet, and we'll contact the center controller at that point. Hopefully he's still online. He is. Okay, cool. So I'm actually just going to dial in the center controller now, just so we're ready. And it's actually London control. And we'll hide the hand cam, it's not really relevant anymore. And we're climbing out.
B-Bird 2571, vector straight in, turn left, heading 360 degrees, descent, altitude 5,000 feet, the QNH at Heathrow 1019.
Left 360, descent to 5,000 feet and 1019, B-Bird 2571.
And UPS 224, descend, altitude 4,000 feet.
Ukraine International 112, request taxi.
Just getting the volume levels.
902, descend, altitude 3,000 feet, 20 track miles, runway 08.
Alright, so we're approaching Desig now, so
372.
I'm going to select our cruising altitude. Hello Warren, hello at, hello to South Africa. Let me know what the volume's like, guys. These guys have got some pretty loud mics again, so...
301, descend, altitude 5,000 feet, the QNH at Luton 1020.
So we're going to go to standard pressure, and we're going to start our climb up to 33,000 feet.
That's altitude 5,000 feet. Lufthansa 147, right, you are cleared to land. Winds 030 degrees, 6 knots.
Airlink 154, sir, requesting for further information, please.
Easy 7424, direct Conan and contact Brussels 132205. Bye bye.
Brussels on 132205, direct Conan. Thanks for the great control. Good night.
Ukraine International 112, request taxi to holding point, runway 08 right.
Ukraine International, call me at the hold, ready to depart. break. UPS 224, come left, heading 160 degrees, report established on the ILS, runway 90 right, you're number 2.
Just waiting for a break in the comms here to speak.
UPS 224, left, heading 160 degrees for the ILS, 90 right.
Heading 160 left and establish ILS.
Shamrock 154, left heading
passing through 10,000 feet. We'll turn these lights on now. We'll turn these lights off and our anti-ice on. We'll turn our anti-ice off as well because we're above the clouds now.
Ryanair 9002, descend altitude 2,500 feet and cleared own headings for the ILS, runway 08 Luton, report established, you're number 1.
London Control, easy 1837 at flight level 117, climbing 330.
Easy 1837 London, good evening sir, squawk ident. North Line 6062, thank you, descend level 140 to be level back sir.
Ukraine International 112.
424. Descend, flight level 140.
Trying to put my transponder in ident, but...
Speedbird 2571, further left heading 300 degrees, and speed 180 knots.
Last 330, reducing to 180, Speedbird 2571.
Ukraine International 112.
112, are you at the hole? 8 right.
Ukraine International 112, please give me taxi to holding point runway 08 right.
Ukraine International 112, taxi at your discretion to hold for departure 08 right. QNH at...
This guy's getting a bit impatient with this guy.
Requesting deviating to the left from the present heading Lufthansa Cargo Info 372.
372, thank you. Cleared out 05 left. Report established. Number 1.
Less established.
Ukraine International 112, taxi to holding point runway 08 right with our description.
Easy 301, come left heading 160 degrees, you're cleared for the ILS, runway 07 at Luton, report established, you're number 2.
Left heading 160, clear to ILS, report 07, I report established.
Ryanair 902, runway 07, Luton, cleared to land, winds 020 degrees, 10 knots.
UPC 24 heavy, establish ILS for runway 09 right.
UPS 224, thank you. Continue approach, you're number 2.
Continue approach, UPC for heavy, number 2.
Shamrock 154, speed 180 knots, turn right, heading 330 degrees.
Turn right at 330 degrees, speed 180.
I'm just waiting for a moment to speak here.
Easy 1837, squawk 6024.
Squawk 6024, easy 1837.
Fly team 8515, direct back sir.
Requesting deviating from their present heading to the left, Lufthansa Cargo Info.
Alright, so we've got our squawk number
372, you're cleared for the ILS, 5 left, so come left, heading 020 degrees for the ILS, 05, report established, number 1.
Alright.
We'll go left heading 020.
Our seatbelt signs can probably come off now. Alright, so we are in our climb now. We've got squawk.
902, thank you. Yes, contact the tower on 13255. Bye bye.
We've got a squawk of 6024. That is set. We're just waiting for the controller to.
301, descend altitude 3000.
Just waiting for the controller to identify us.
Shamrock 154, reduce speed 160 knots, turn right, heading 060 degrees, report established.
I really need a wee though, so I hope he identifies us soon.
Report established on the RLS and speed 160,154.
UPS 224, if you can keep that speed above 150 knots, please.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go to the toilet. I don't need to respond to him anyway, even if he does, so I'll be back in a minute.
Crossing runway 08 left.
Ukraine International approved, reported to hold 8 right.
112 crossing runway 08 left.
UPS 224, contact the tower 118.705, bye-bye. Lufthansa 147, contact the tower 118.705, bye-bye. Speedbird 2571, turn right, heading 090 degrees.
Right, 090, Speedbird 2571.
Easy 301, when established on the localizer, descend the glide path, no speed restrictions, speed yours.
As holding point Golf Romeo, runway 08 right, ready for departure.
Easy 1837, climb level 330.
Climbing level 330, easy 1837.
Ukraine International 117.
Wow.
08 right, Gatwick, you are cleared for...
That was lucky timing, wasn't it? I literally just came back to my desk, put my headphones on, and he started speaking to me.
Good evening.
Alright, I'm going to turn the ATC down for a bit because he probably won't be speaking to us for a while. Okay, so we are rocking. Let's just we'll turn the dome lights off now. Turn that light down a bit so it's nice and dark in here. Got a bit of a moon rise happening over here. Very cool indeed. Alright, so we are currently headed east over Lincoln from Manchester, and we're going to be heading out over the channel over to Amsterdam. So
178 Hotel, squawk 6535.
So I believe there are some controllers on at...
thank you, runway 08.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh my god, it's just my luck, isn't it, dude? It's just my luck. The controllers have logged off at Amsterdam now, after all that. I'm actually so upset. The whole reason I'm doing this flight is to get some good ATC in. And as soon as I log on at Manchester, the ground controller logs off.
MD11, 10 miles final, 5 left.
Ukraine International 112.
So I get to Manchester and the controller logs off, and now the controllers have logged off at Amsterdam. Are you kidding? Are you actually kidding me, dude?
Ukraine International 112, squawk mode Charlie.
Beaver 2571, turn right, heading 120 degrees, descend, altitude 3000 feet, you're cleared for the ILS, 09 right, report established, number 1.
Right, 120, descend to 3000, report established, 209 right, Speedbird 2571.
Speed easy 301, contact Luton Tower, the frequency is 132.55, bye-bye.
Alright. So I guess we just continue the flight anyway. It's only short, so it's not a big deal.
Thank you, sir. Same to you. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Flight team 8515,
Flight team 515, descent, level 140.
It's quite sad, though. It's quite sad that that's happened to us twice today.
Again, we have gone around runway 09 right on finance. I'm with you again right now at flight level 30.
154, thank you. Come right, heading 24 degrees, climb maintain, altitude 3,000 feet.
Okay, so here we are, we're at flight level 330. Engines are spooling back for the level off.
60, please.
I firm, I'll give you that as soon as...
We'll turn the weather radar on just for visibility at night.
Speedbird 2571, descent, altitude 2,500 feet, zero established on an 8 mile final.
2,500 reporting established, Speedbird 2571.
Chicago 3725 left, you are cleared to land, winds 050 degrees, 5 knots.
Look at that moon. And the
78 Hotel identified on the climb.
the red light on the clouds.
500 feet restrictions removed, climb level 150.
Excuse me. Alright, so we're on our way.
Strength 5, loud and clear, continue as filed, flight level 41.
Like I say, I'm a bit disappointed the Amsterdam control is logged off now, but what hey-oh, what can you do? So it looks like we're approaching the coast here. We've got the wind farm right here on the east coast. So yeah, we're just taking it easy.
154, right heading 270 degrees, you're downwind.
270 degrees, 415.
I'm half tempted to announce an emergency and get diverted to an airport where they have ATC. Andre, welcome to the stream, mate. Welcome to the chat. I hope you're well. We are currently flying over to Holland. And Emre, welcome to the stream. Hello to Wuhan. Welcome to the chat. We are just currently in our cruise, heading over to Amsterdam. Let's fill in some of our destination data here.
18705 versus 2571.
Okay, so there's no
Lufthansa Cargo 1 Alpha, climb level 310.
no ATC on at Amsterdam, as I keep saying, so we'll just fill this in based on the METAR. So the winds are 040 at 14 knots, so we've got a steady amount of winds.
Cargo, your flight plan's closed. Time.
QNH is 1018. Temperature is 4 degrees. And the transition altitude is pretty low in the Netherlands at 3,000 feet. We don't actually know our arrival yet, but we're going to plan for, let's see, so winds are 4040, so let's see.
154, reduce speed 2209.
Reduce speed to 220 knots, 15.
Let's see, there are many runways at Amsterdam, so let's just see if we can work this out. So it's probably going to be 06, which is what we planned for, I think. I know we planned for 36, so yeah, it's probably going to be 06, I imagine, with those winds. So we'll plan for 06.
Right, 78 Total, shortcut, direct Conan.
Yeah, so we'll plan for 06. We'll go to ILS 06 via Sugol.
Direct Conan, Kilo Oscar November, Alpha November.
So let's just get the minimum on that one. which is 189 feet.
Shamrock 154, turn.
Yeah, Kenny, I half thought about doing that, but it's probably a little bit late now, to be honest. Joe, hello. I hope you're well. Hello to Georgia. Good to hear from you. And Emery, yeah, I get that quite a lot actually. I look like Brian May.
Descent, flight level 100.
Get that quite a lot.
0 degrees or straight in 09 right.
Okay, so we've got our arrival information input into the box here, and
heading due west 270 degrees.
just need to input our approach into the flight plan. So we're going to go for the ILS 06 and
7115, leaving my airspace, continue navigation on the Unicom 122.8. Bye-bye.
and we're going to go on the Lamsa 28, Lamsa 2 Alpha even. And we'll use the Sugol transition, Lamsa 2A ILS 06. We'll insert that. That's what we'll expect. It may not be that. In fact, having said that, there's no controls on there, so I mean, it's probably going to be that. Let's open up this right here, jump over back over here, and I'm just going to check the routing here, make sure it makes sense. Okay, so that looks about right. Not necessarily the entirely correct procedure, I don't think. I think realistically you should be flying in this way and then back out and round.
Portugal 352, continue that arrival, descent, flight level 100, runway 09 right.
I can't actually see whether or not they would accept this kind of arrival, but I'm just gonna roll with it. So that looks fine. Zauher, thank you very much for the follow, and Kevin as well. Thank you both for the follow. I hope you're well.
723, Happy New Year to you. Climb level.
I hope you're both having a great weekend. Happy New Year. Andre, it's all open. They are down with COVID. Right. Okay. Got you. Kenny, I just actually read your comment again. Yeah, I want to do that sometime. Actually, I want to tell them that I've damaged the left phalange. Oh, great Friends reference. Andre, I'm using Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020.
Speedbird 104, descent, flight level 100.
Descent, flight level 100, fleet. Speedbird 104.
Shamrock 154, contact Heathrow Tower 118705.
Oh, probably going to get passed over to Unicom fairly shortly, so I'm just going to tune that just for ease.
Shamrock 154, contact to the tower 118705. Bye-bye.
That's 112.8. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame there's no controls on at Amsterdam, as I kind of hoped, but never mind.
78 Hotel, climb level 330.
Never mind, we're going to be starting our descent fairly shortly. It's a pretty short flight, this one, so yeah, very dark evening tonight though, even with that moon.
Chicago 1 Alpha, report ready for descent.
Yeah, we're ready for the descent. Confirm so terrible weather.
1 Alpha, thank you. Descent level 190.
Descent flight level 190. All the concept are over.
All right.
723, climb level 250.
Climb flight level 250,
Airport triple 1352, come left heading 350 degrees, descent level 80.
So then, how are we all doing? How was your New Year's? How has your weekend been? How many people are back at work tomorrow?
Continue navigation on Unicom 122.8. Thanks for your traffic, sir. Have a good one. Bye.
It certainly is cold, Andre. It's very cold here in the UK.
Thank you, sir. Same to you. Have a great time. Bye-bye. Flight team 8515. Monitor Dublin. Frequencies 121.1. Bye-bye.
121.15, Universal 155.
Easy 1837. Leaving my airspace. No onward ATC. Continue on Unicom 122.8.
Going to Unicom 122.8, easy 1837. Thank you for the great ATC. Goodbye.
Cheers.
Okay, so switching over to a Unicom channel now, which is basically just a text-only channel. So what we'll say is, we will say we are... Let's just say we are basically... We're going to start descending very, very soon. So we'll just say we are at the top of descent, leaving flight level 370. We're aiming for runway 06. And we'll send that. So that sends a message out to everybody that's local to me on the network, and they'll be able to see my intentions. So we're going to start our descent. We'll start it now. And we'll take us down to 7,000 feet. D-Crix, do I have a link where you can download this game for free? I don't, I'm afraid. No. I mean, if you sign up for the Xbox Game Pass on PC, I believe you can pay for the Game Pass once for £1 and you can play it for a month. So it's up to you if you want to do that. I looking a bit icy. I think the icing needs some work still in this game, but yeah. You can't have in lockdown, no working. So you guys are in full lockdown now, right, Andre? I know certain areas of the UK are, but not the whole country at the moment. All right, so we're beginning our descent now down into Amsterdam. We've got some weather in front of us, but we're going to be kind of on the edge of it, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And yeah, just making our way down here. Kind of praying that a controller comes online before we get there, but I'm not going to hold my breath. It's like... nearly everybody's logged off. Like, it was absolutely crazy before. Now everybody's gone. Sad. How much is this game would cost on Steam? I'm not sure how much is on Steam, actually, to be honest. I think it's probably about £60 on Steam, maybe. But it, like I say, you can get the Xbox Game Pass for £1 if you want to just try it out. And yeah, give it a go. Or alternatively, you can get it on the Microsoft Store as well. I think they sometimes have a sale on Microsoft Store, so might be worth checking out as well. You're expecting snow, Andre, in Holland. Great stuff. I wonder if we're going to see some snow on the way down then, maybe. So I have an aircraft here that's just taking off at Amsterdam. Let's just check our approach or our arrival data. Let's just make sure that's current. Gonna check the weather again. So at 4 degrees, QNH 1018, winds are 040 at 14. Okay, so we're all still the same. We'll set our auto brake as well while we're on our way down here to low. We'll also set up our go around, so we'll go for 1,000 on the thrust reduction, acceleration. And then, yeah, we'll just leave it all the same, so that's fine for the go around. And we'll continue on down here. Fair enough, Andre. Sorry, fair enough, Decreeks. But yeah, you can get it on Steam. I'm not sure how much it is, though. Alright, so we're about to head on through these cold clouds. So we're going to turn the anti-ice on. Okay. Grant and Shane, thank you both for the follows. I hope you're both well. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Welcome to the stream. Just on our descent here down to Amsterdam. Okie dokie, so heading on through the clouds here. Pretty cool. Not that much else to set up as we're on our way down here. Let's just check our profile currently. So we're going to need about 90 miles from our current position. So yeah, we're a little bit underneath profile, so we're nicely ahead of the game. So it's looking good. Don't know how well you guys can see that image. Let's turn on some lights in here as we're now on the descent. Okay. So about 15 minutes to go until we arrive. 72 miles. And we're looking good. So there is actually an altitude restriction at Sugol. Maximum flight level is flight level 100, which we're a bit high. of. So let's just increase our rate of descent by putting out the speed brakes. And for some reason it's trying to give me a speed restriction as well, so we're going to just select that, which is fine. There is no speed restriction at this waypoint. For some reason the FMS thought there was. Yeah, it says here 250, which is incorrect. Bill Christmas in the cockpit, yeah. Yeah, I've just, to be honest, been a bit lazy and just not put the decorations away yet. I think they'll be going away tomorrow. We've still got the snow on as well, because why not? We've got the decorations up still, so. But yeah, they'll be coming down pretty soon. Turn some music on just while we're in the descent here. Gary, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're well, and I hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I'm going to just put managed speed back on now. We're approaching 10,000 feet, so we're going to slow down to 250 knots, and we're going to turn our lighting on as we pass through 10,000 feet here. And yeah, that's all for now. We can put these speed brakes away now. Definitely don't need those anymore. So we're going to be quite high on profile now. So just going to take it easy for a little bit. Okay, so not far to go at all now, 53 miles. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to give myself a little bit of a shortcut here, because we have no ATC on at the moment, so no one's giving any, there's no real restrictions needed because there's no real traffic. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of a shortcut here. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oops. There we go. Alright, so we're approaching 7,000 feet. I'm going to actually pop this down to 2,000. I'm going to carry on descending here. Joe, how long have I been flying a flight sim? Not that long, to be honest. Basically since the sim release, since Microsoft Flight Simulator released. So since August, 4 months. All right, so we actually do have a few aircraft around us, so we'll need to watch out for that. However, I don't think there's anyone else on an approach right now. Someone has just departed, but they're not going to be in our way. So, yeah, we're looking good. So yeah, I'm just going to vector myself in towards the ILS, really. Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the kind words. Okay then, so we've got about 20 miles to go until we're on final, so I'm actually going to just I'm going to activate the approach phase a little bit early. That's going to help us be a bit more fuel efficient by slowing down, and it's going to give us a slower rate of descent to reach the final course there. So although we're going to go slower, it's going to be a little bit more efficient, which is always nice. I prefer to do a continuous descent rather than flying level for ages. That's just boring. Alright. So I'll stick the hand cam back on, as we'll probably be flying manually fairly shortly. And we're slowing down to green dot speed here, which is just under 210 knots. And we're now going to continue our descent. I see. I've just worked out why the FMS gave me this approach. This is actually a night approach for this this runway. So, like I said, I'm giving myself a shortcut here. We flew over Sugol, which is fine. Actually, did we? So maybe we fucked up there, but anyway. We're flying in direct towards Soxy now, which has an altitude restriction of 4,000 feet, which we are a little bit below, actually. So we're just going to press on. We're at 220 knots, which is fine, and then we're just going to bring ourselves round onto the ILS, which is here. In fact, this is probably the correct chart to be looking at. So 2,000 feet, we're going to start on the ILS down at 3 degrees. Minimums are 100. So I'll need to amend that. And we are at the transition altitude, so I'm going to turn on our altimeter, and we're going to set that to 1018. Okay, so we are certainly in the clouds here, can't really see anything. And yeah, just making our way down onto final. We are a little bit ahead of the profile here, so I'm just going to vector ourselves a little bit further in. I suppose the altitude restrictions and flyover points aren't a huge deal when there's such a small amount of traffic here. This guy is on approach for runway 06, which is the same as us. However, he's all the way up flight level 185, so he's absolutely miles away. Let's see if we can actually see him. No, I can't see him. I'll see if I can find him on the map, and then maybe we can see if we can spot him. He's over to the southeast in 787. So he should be somewhere in that direction there, but yeah, we can't see him because of the clouds, etc. All right, so we should just be able to fly this this vector here, and we should be able to pick up the localizer as we come in here. Let me just double check. Yep, that's all tuned. So yeah, it's actually come up here. 15 miles to the airport. Flying level here at 2,000 feet for about 7 more miles, and then we should be able to turn in towards the airport. All right. We are looking good. Let's see. Should I pick a gate? Oh, there we go. We're breaking through the clouds. In fact, to be honest, we probably weren't in the clouds that whole time, were we? We were just over the sea, so... Yeah, this is this is the coast here, so yeah, that's my bad. All right, I'm not gonna look for a gate right now because it's probably not the best time. Let's go flaps 1. All right, I'll pause the music for the approach, and I'll turn the volume up for you guys so you can hear what is the aircraft's callouts. So we'll carry on flying this heading for just a couple of minutes here, and we should pick up the localizer coming in momentarily. We'll actually activate, we'll arm the localizer modes. So we've got localizer in blue. The aircraft's actually turning us towards the localizer right now. It seems quite windy out here, actually. Wait, what? I'm not sure what's happened there. Just going to use heading mode to sort out this mess, whatever's just happened. To be honest, I think I probably pressed the localizer button a bit too early there, and I've confused the aircraft. It's not that smart here on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. I think the real aircraft, what it would have done is essentially it would have just the localizer mode would have just stayed armed until it actually picked up the localizer. So yeah, that's a bit weird. All right, so we should be able to start down the ILS momentarily. We're not actually on the localizer yet though, so let's just try and get that sorted. Okay, that'll be why. There we go. So, yeah, the FMS had tuned in the wrong frequency for the ILS here. So I've just amended that to 110.55 and we're good. Well, yeah, that was weird. Alright, so we have captured the localizer and the glide slope. We're still getting onto that localizer, but we're on the glide slope now, so we can go flaps 2. And yeah, thank you very much, Martin. But the reason that it wasn't working wasn't to do with the approach button. It was to do with the wrong ILS frequency being tuned. To be honest, I'm usually quite good at actually double checking my frequencies, but on the one time I don't, it actually it actually tunes the wrong frequency, which is a bit unfortunate. Okay, so 4 miles from the runway, that's flaps 3. You can hear the ILS outer beacon marker beeping away. Alright, so we've got a bit of swaying going on here, but we're more or less stable. We're a little bit low, but yeah, I'm not sure why it's just flowing us a little bit low like that, but let's go flaps full and gear down. Alright, so we are more or less stable, so I'm going to deactivate autopilot and take us the rest of the way on manual controls. The gear is already down, Ollie. Thank you very much for the reminder. Going to shallow out our rate of descent. No, we're at our approach speed, Ollie. We are a bit low. For some reason the aircraft let us hang on, why is it wanting to go so slow though? It is being a bit strange. But we should be good.
100 above.
Very low minimums here at Amsterdam. Minimums continue.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Okay, and we are down. Got spoilers deployed and reverse thrust. 80 knots. Manual braking. Beautiful, not a bad landing. A little bit off center line, but for some reason I always do that. Thank you very much, Ollie. Cheers. Greg, we have just arrived at Amsterdam. Alright, so we'll use the in-game ATC to take us to a gate. Taxi to gate B35. Now, let me just double check. In fact, no, let's try and go there. Let's try and make our way there just using the charts. So we're gonna go to gate Bravo 35 via Sierra 2, Alpha and Alpha 4 Whiskey. So not too far to go. Let's see. So Sierra 2. We're on Sierra 2 now. And then we want to go Alpha, which is to the right. And then to Alpha 4 Whiskey. Alright, cool. Lucky you, Greg. Lucky you, Greg. Sound like the kind of guy who would like it in the reverse end. Thank you very much, Jordan. Yeah, this game looks pretty damn nice at night. This is one of the developer-made airports as well, so this one's looking pretty cool. I'm not seeing any taxiway signs though. For some reason it's missing I think it's missing a few taxiway signs, but this is Alpha anyway, so we're fine. We can actually turn off our landing lights now. Turn off our takeoff lights, and strobes go to auto. Well, they can come fully off actually. Brian, absolute pleasure, mate. Thank you very much for tuning in. Yeah, it needs a fairly decent PC, but you're probably to be surprised with what you can get away with. So I won't be too discouraged by that. They're going to put the flaps up. And just clean up the cockpit here. Turn various bits and bats off. And we just need to go to Alpha 4. And then we are gate B35. So I'm actually just using the charts here and trying to find my way as best as I can. B35 is the first stand on Alpha 4 Whiskey. So we should be approaching Alpha 4 Whiskey pretty soon. Second left, I believe, from here. So hard to read the signs sometimes on this sim. So this should be Alpha 3, but I don't actually... Maybe it said it on that sign, but it was just a bit difficult to see. We're going to slow down a bit here so I can actually read the signs. Oh god, it's so difficult to read. Let's cheat and go over this way like this. Alpha 4 Whiskey, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so Alpha 4 Whiskey to the left here, and then the gate Bravo 35 should be the first gate on the left. So once we turn this corner and have a look left, we should be able to see some ground services waiting for us. And there they are. Beautiful. We're going to take a bit of a wide turn here as we need to come in tight. And I'm going to turn off the nose lights and the runway turn-off lights so that we don't blind the ground staff on the floor ground here. And here we are. And I'll get to the chat just in one moment. We're just pulling in here. And we do have a marshal alert. Oh! He's saying keep coming. Okay. Oh, okay. We've got way further to go. There we go. Parking brake is engaged. And we can turn off engine 1 and engine 2. And that's going to put power down the aircraft, basically. We are an external power, actually, so that's fine. Turn our strobe lights off. Beacon lights off. Seatbelt signs come off. Okay then, guys. So here we are. Welcome to Amsterdam. That's a pretty nice flight, actually. Quite a nice approach. Fairly solid landing, if I do say so myself. Have I flown in North Korea? I have not, no. I don't know. I haven't really, haven't really done any flying there at all. Hi, do you know how to use the mouse as a yoke in Flight Sim 2020? I do not know. To be honest, you probably can do it just by setting up, if you go into your controls and go on to mouse, then collapse all, change this filter to all, and then go on to flight control services and primary. And then if you go onto, say, for instance, elevator axis, and then assign that to your y-axis on your mouse. So if I click on that, and then I move my mouse, and then click on this, and then go axis Y, use one of these. You'll probably have to play with it for a bit, but that's essentially how you do it. Stephen, to be honest, I don't get my hair cut that often. I do tend to like it on the longer side, but to be honest, no, I haven't really cut it during lockdown. But I generally have my hair like this anyway, to be honest, because it's just how I have it. Have I flown from Tashkent? So I fly there quite often to visit the wife. No, I have not. No, I don't think I've done any flying in the Middle East, to be honest with you. Where's my ground services just gone? Come on, guys. There they are. There they are. It's okay, Stephen. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I get funny comments about my hair all the time, mate. I'm absolutely used to it. But I didn't take what you said as, wasn't offensive at all. So don't worry. All right, cool. So that's going to be it from me for today, guys. Yeah, like I say, going to end the stream there. It's been a good one. Couple of really good flights today. Unfortunately, didn't get too lucky with the ATC. But what can you do? It doesn't always work out perfectly. But yeah, like I say, we're gonna just leave it there for today. Hope you all have enjoyed. If you are not following the stream yet, please do. If you enjoy the content, I can see there is currently 40 people who are not following the stream watching. So do hit that follow button if you want to see more content like this. But once again, thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Goodbye for now. Jordan, yes, brother. I'll catch you again soon. Good to speak to you again. Take it easy, man. I'll see you again, Brian. Thank you very much for dropping by. Joe, thank you very much for the follow, and Robert, thank you very much as well for the follow. I'll catch you again soon. Everyone else in the chat who's followed today, I appreciate all the follows and the likes today. Thank you so much. And like I say, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Mariner, see you later, brother. I'll catch you soon. I might even drop into your stream later if you're on. If the missus permits. Brian, thank you very much for the follow. Take it easy, everybody. Have a good night. See you soon. Bye.